channel with YUGE Circles with the comic Relief Crusader.
Hello. Wait a minute. This is supposed to go off. Why isn't it going off?
Watch the only channel with YUGE Circles with the comic Relief Crusader.
You disappoint me. You're supposed to be none. Whatever. Okay. You know what? It's the first attempt, but it messed up a little bit. So that's okay. Where am I in this insidious background? There I am. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. My God. Welcome to Huge Circles, where it just seems like the intro just messed up hugely. And you're here with the comic Relief Crusader. He's a fine fellow. He just messed up his intro. So there you go. Welcome to this Sunday, where things tried to go right. And I want to say hello to everybody that made it here so far. So, Snorter Poopus Keeper, Belcom Whack. Yes, Belcom Whack to you too, Snorter Poopus Keeper. Nice to see you. Our illustrious Mega Wrench of the Mega Wrenches out there, Vince Womack, hail to you, good sir. Nice to see you. Great that you can be here with us today, and I promise not to make your ass hurt as much. Let's see, and reminds everybody that happens to be watching, whether you're on... Damn it, this is supposed to be showing on Rumble, and for some odd reason, it's not on Rumble again. This is annoying. Anyway... But it's on X and it's on YouTube. So like, comment, and share and subscribe. And if you happen to be on X, or even if you happen to be on Rumble and you can't watch this anyway, then come on over to the YouTube side of things and subscribe away. So, because I'd greatly appreciate it. We got Ignore Me Really You Want, Huge Circles. This is so amazing. It's so huge. And you're amazing too. I'm glad that you're here. Great to see you, dude. And we got fellow Albertan and purveyor of everything in the trades and anime and gaming, pop culture mechanic. I can't talk today. Me words form not able to. Pop culture mechanic, how's it going, my man? Great to have you here. And let's see. Ignore Me Really You Want said, by the way, I watched a recent interview with Ian McKellen and Steve Colbert, as well as coming back as Gandalf and Magneto. He also did some Shakespeare near the end of the interview, which was really cool. Yeah, he's pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. You know, classically trained. And speaking of who else is God, I can't do it today. Speaking of who else is classically trained, we have Al Nickerson, purveyor of comic goodness everywhere.
Yes.
How's it going, Al?
It's going well.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been around a while, so yeah, I was trained in the old ways in regards to making comics and animation.
Before the dark times. Before the Empire.
Well, well, things are fine now, and you know, back in those days, things were fine too. So
there we go. Yeah, great to have you on board. And before the show, we were talking about a few things, and if you happen to be noticing on the comic Relief Crusader page on Facebook, or on my Facebook account, or even on X, if you happen to be watching on X, yeah, I posted some stuff, a little short animation, and kind of like a tester thing. And some of you have probably seen it. Some of you probably have not, and that's okay. it's not like I'm trying to force you or anything like that, but it was pretty interesting results because I figured, if I'm going to be doing a comic, and eventually, um, if this is going to, be crowdsourced, crowd-funded, all that happy stuff. Usually, people make a trailer, and this is kind of the thing that's been on the back of my mind, kind of thing. So lately, and I hate to say this, yes, I've been fiddling around with AI, and I told Al about it, and he's been fiddling with AI as well. So we we've both been playing with it, which is in one way pretty cool, in another way, um, I I might have said that I'd probably never use AI to make animation or comic art, and I'm going to slightly recant on that statement. So, and I probably shouldn't have. Dang it! Oh man. Yep, I did it. I played around, and if you haven't seen it, how's it going, dude? Mr. Merkel. Shall I call you Mr. Merkel? Yo to you. Um, yeah. Ayo, the sacrilege. I know. Okay, so you know what? He. Damn it, Vincent. Define playing with AI. Nothing dirty. Okay, come on now. All right. So if you haven't seen it on X or on Facebook, let me show you what I came up with, and then I got to show what Al came up with. Yeah. Let me see. Which one was it? Was it test three? Might have been test three. Let's do this. Right.
There you are! Take this!
I gotta say, I don't mind the voice.
Off now, are ya? That's right! Back off! Time to end this!
Okay. So, yeah, kind of fiddling around because in the back of my head, I'm thinking, if I end up crowdsourcing this book that I want to do, usually people come up with like videos for trailers and stuff like that. So I wanted to do like an anime style trailer to kind of promote the book, as it were. So yeah, that's kind of what I came up with. I'm not gonna say that I'm disappointed. I'm not really. It's pretty impressive when you're doing it, especially with Grok. Um, However, I it doesn't exactly give me what I really want, and I think you kind of end up realizing that when you take a when you take the human out of creativity, it might come close, but the vision isn't exactly in your head anymore. It's never matched precisely. So um let's see, Mr. Merkel comic. Did you watch SG1? Um Stargate? Yeah, I mean, I did when it used to be on, and it's actually on Roku. I think they got a Stargate channel. So yeah, I mean, I like the series. I don't have a problem with it. Of course, I watched it. It was fun. And ignore me. No, Dave. I can't do that, Dave. You can't be doing that. Only I must be animating for you. So,
All right, here's my take on this.
okay.
So that stuff you just saw was fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that was amazing. I don't like. Well, the AI stuff is a little scary.
Yeah.
I've only been playing around with it mostly just to do stuff that's like 6-second long little videos to promote the Sword of Eden graphic novel.
Yes.
Yeah, so I did like some stuff based on my own artwork, which when the AI would use my artwork from the Sword of Eden, it looks okay. It still looks like my artwork. But usually what happens is the characters don't stay on model, but it still looks like my drawing. So
yeah.
So that was a print that I had made up, a limited edition print for the Sword of Eden graphic novel series. So yeah, I just did a 6-minute AI animation based on that.
Yeah. And here it goes with this one. I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie, I do.
Sure, like you despicable dead things! I'm not like dead things!
I like how at the end it gives Nemish Man 3 eyes.
I don't like that. That I didn't like. That I was hoping no one would notice. The only reason I really like this is because he stays on model during the 6 seconds. I mean, the end is backwards there, and he's got 3 eyes in that last frame.
Yeah,
but he stays on model, and it looks fine. And it's still based on my artwork. So something like this, trying to promote the Sword of Eden, I guess I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, the character just stays on model the whole time, which I like. And since I have worked in animation before, doing like little clips like this by one person, thank you, is fine. I have no interest in going back into animation again. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of different creators and artists to create animation. So for something like this, based on my own artwork, since I did the artwork, I've done animation, I'm fine with that. And honestly, one of the reasons why I did 2 of these little clips based on the Sword of Eden graphic novel artwork was because I've been talking to some studios and agents, and it was a good way to show them, because agents and studios, they're not very, well, I probably shouldn't say this, but they're not very creative. So you need to show them something in regards to the media in which you're working. So so this is very helpful. Yeah, so I did 2 of those. Yeah.
It becomes a weird tool.
It's odd. Like I don't like the idea of people using AI to create graphic novels or comics, especially if they don't know how to draw stuff.
Yeah.
But something like this for me to help, to get something going, I'm okay. I wouldn't create an animated series based on AI. I have no interest in doing that. I have no interest really of creating my own animation ever again. So for this, for what it is, and it's limited scope based on my own artwork, it's fine.
Sure, like you despicable dead things! I'm not like dead things!
I love it.
And I did one with the demons. Oh, that one, yeah. So that was some artwork.
We are Legion!
That's pretty neat.
We are Legion!
That actually turned out really well.
That turned out fine. It looks like my art. I mean, it is my artwork, but even animated, like all the colors and everything and my inking, that's me, So the only problem I have is like at the end of the tail, it's like it's got this furry bit on there instead of like a pointy tail. But other than that, it's like minor stuff.
Yeah, I suppose it is. You know, it's minor, but
It's really, really minor compared to what they could have messed up. But
yeah.
yep, showing this to agents and Amazon studios. Yeah, it's helpful.
You think in Hollywood that you know the showing a bunch of demons would be the catch.
Well, it depends who you're talking to, because Amazon, they also have like they're creating Christian content as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we'll see how that works out.
No, because I was just thinking, you know, Hollywood is Babylon, basically.
Oh, it's terrible. But there is a part of Hollywood, like I said, like Amazon Studios, like a part of Amazon Studios that are creating Christian content, like the House of David TV series, which I like. And then I created like 3 little videos based on some photographs from back when I was in, you know, college. And that's mostly because I'm thinking about doing some other stuff with some home video that I have, and maybe put stuff like that at the end. So there's actually a section. Oh yeah, like if you can go up one, you could.
Oh,
so that's a photograph. That's an actual photograph that I had taken of my.
That is actually that's pretty funky. You know, because again, this is all AI again. And I like the music that you added. Did I just lose Al? Or what ended up happening? Hello. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on. Did I just lose Al? I lost Al. Wow. Okay. Dang it. Okay, but everybody can hear me. Okay. I will check my PMs in a moment here. Well, hopefully Al comes back, so it must be that Frontier Frontier Internet in New York has struck again. Yeah, also, let's see what else has been going on. So while I'm waiting for Al to return, feed your PC's hamster more food, says Vince. I'm trying. So, but they must work harder in order well fed. Okay, so interesting thing also happened on Friday, because as you know, I generally oh, here we go. He's back.
I hate Frontier Communications.
Yeah, Frontier Communications. It's totally
My
Frontier
internet provider, they are terrible. Right at the part where I really wanted to talk about stuff.
Oh God. I thought it was my end, and I thought, damn crappy Canadian internet. And then you disappeared, and I'm like, oh, it's both of us at this point. It's Frontier.
Oh, did you lose connection as well?
No, but I figured the lag was on my end, or I figured that, oh, okay, he's just not talking. It must be a lag on my end. And then you disappeared, and I'm like, oh, okay, fine. It's not me, it's him. So there we go. Yeah, so interesting thing happened on Friday. So fellow human beings, gonna show this off as well. Hold on here.
So that's your badge.
This here, my badge. It finally came out on Friday. So there you go. The referendum relating to Alberta independence. I got it. And now it is official. I can get Spurs to start petitioning people for Alberta independence. There we go. And
That's awesome.
Hopefully on our way to a free Alberta. So there you go. Vince Mike says, yeah, a socialist internet in New York now. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
socialist
100%.
internet.
New York is terrible.
Yeah. You only get so many minutes.
Oh, it's so awful. And I pay for this service. It drives me nuts.
That's all you get.
So, did your wife get a
Don't
badge?
you have any other? No, has to do hers over again as well because they say they found errors, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna go through this with a fine-tooth comb. So and Gap After Dark, how's it going, my man? Great that you can join us today. And we got Winrave that's also here. Congrats and good luck. Thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. So and that's why on this channel drawing we are going to be trying to be the Republic of Alberta's first comic. So that is what is going on here. So and we got the collector. Ooh, wow, these circles. They're huge. Never seen something like that. No, you haven't. If you missed the introduction, then I shamefully used AI. That's what I did. If you didn't catch it, you know what? Then this is what I'll do. I think I'll play it again as we're talking about AI, and then I got to get back and get into drawing because that's the whole point of what's going on. So, and I made it look lifelike. I took the comic character that I made, and
You're about to watch the only channel with huge circles.
Wait a minute. Let me start this over again.
You're about to watch the only channel with huge circles with the comic Relief Crusader.
That looks great.
I have no idea. That does look great and looks kind of scary.
Fantastic. So I have a couple questions though.
Yeah.
Isn't she supposed to be wearing a cross, but it looks like a microphone on her shirt?
God, you know what? At this point, it looks like a noose.
Well, she's got a necklace.
It looks like a microphone.
Yeah, it looks like a microphone.
Oh yeah. Damn AI.
It looks fantastic. What do you think about her personality? Is the character kind of goofy like that? The whole tongue sticking out.
Okay, well, I didn't really count on that, but for some odd reason, I don't know. They just thought I shouldn't say they. The computer. It. That's more accurate. God, let me get your tongue back in your mouth.
Well, it doesn't really bother. It doesn't. I'm not saying it bothers me.
Okay, there we go.
When I think of the character, she doesn't come across that kind of goofy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I mean, because here's the thing in anime. I mean, because it kind of was. I was planning on, a little bit of goofiness, because okay. I don't want the story that I'm telling to be like 100% serious all the time, right?
Absolutely.
There has to be some levity in the story. I'm thinking,
Yes.
See, yes, exactly. Winrave, nice, even better, a redhead. Well, see, and this is what I kind of figured, right? Because of as we've been calling it, the ginger side going on in Hollywood. So I thought blonde, but then I think Tom and I think maybe you, I can't remember, also said, like blonde is just it's been a little overused.
Yes.
Yes. So I thought, okay, redhead. Let's go with redhead because, you know, on this channel we were talking about, you know, like how they've been replacing characters, you know, like in particular with redheads, but for some reason with black women, which is really odd. And so I thought, okay, I'm gonna try, and this is why a few weeks ago, a little over a month ago, this is why I did different kind of color palettes for the costume. And looking at it, it's pretty neat that it kind of came out as you know, it looks better as a redhead, even in live action. And this, yes, Vince Womack, yes, you know what? You're on the right cameo or on the right track with something. I'm spelling an Amelia cameo. Yes. Because here's the other thing that I was thinking of as well. And hold on. Jeez, this is funny. I'm turned on and disturbed all at once. I am turned on and disturbed all at once. Yes, I know. This is the scary thing about AI as well. And Ignore Me said, at least it's not Amber Heard. You are correct. So, and Wenrave, yeah, exactly. Blonde is nice, but red is better. Yeah, it is. It gives it a little bit of a fiery personality. Right. Yeah. And Gap. Not quite. Jeez. Here's what I was thinking. Okay, back to what Vince Womack was saying, okay, about the Amelia cameo, all right? Because this is becoming quite a popular thing, Amelia, over in the UK. Because as some of you probably know, they meant, and I'm going to say her because it is a character, right? It is a female character, obviously. So I'm going to say her. They intended her to make it look like what's wrong with the right, but it backfired on them horribly, like insanely horribly. And they've now turned it around for speaking out, you know, for freedom and stuff like this. And what you're seeing now is you're seeing a, you know, and I'm just going to say it like this because this is the only way to kind of phrase it. You're seeing Amelias pop up. Like I seen one in Ireland. I seen one in Germany. I dang it. You guys, no, stop. You know, you're seeing Amelias pop up here and there. Okay. Like I said, you've seen it in Ireland, you've seen it in Germany. And you know what? But nobody's seen it in Canada. And why? Because the majority of liberals are okay with it. You know, I mean, you even seen this Amelia character show up at the White House with Trump. She's a nice girl. She loves her freedom. And I hope everything turns out great with the UK. It's great. So I'm thinking, yes, exactly, Vince. The Germans have their own now too. So Alberta needs one, and Alberta is the clear choice. And yes, and this is what I'm thinking. Because if I'm going to make this the Republic of Alberta's first comic to come out, I really need to buckle down on this and get some pages done. Then I should act on this. I really need to act on this now. And this should be Amelia's, this should be Alberta's Amelia, essentially. And it's kind of coincidental that I named her Alberta, right? Al, because Alberta technically is a feminine name if you look it up. So, Gap. Yeah, it is. Look it up.
Albert. Well, Albert is a masculine name and it's English. It means princely and handsome.
Yep. Alberta is technically the feminine, and it also has Germanic roots on top of that as well. So, from what I looked up, Mike says, "Gap, I'm Amelia. I love you a long time forever." So, does your Amelia say? Okay,
All right.
okay, guys, come
Listen,
on.
All right. I think what you're doing with the anime stuff is fantastic. I actually would like to see you do more of that.
Yeah, totally. So anyway, this was the plan as I'm playing around with AI and Al since I started this. Yeah, Al's been playing a little bit with AI, and it's pretty interesting. It's very interesting how this is kind of like turning out. So and ignore me. Yeah, Amelia Pond was a Scottish redhead in Doctor Who. Matt Smith's Doctor Who, 100%. So, yeah, kind of weird. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that.
Was that the same?
So yeah,
was that the same chick that was in Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yep,
Okay.
yep, totally her. So, which is kind of neat. She's because when she was Nebula, her Scottishness came out with the attitude, and I thought, yeah, it's a really good pick. So, and Mr. Merkel, comic: the U.S. and a free Alberta will be great friends and make both countries rich, and the U.S. will help defend Alberta. Exactly. This is what talks have been going on for, with the people that have gone down to visit Trump's cabinet. So, and Vince is kind of slightly disappointed. Oh man, even my name doesn't get a female counterpart. Dang it, really? That's kind of disappointing. Anyway, so that's sort of kind of what's going on. Free Alberta, and now we should do some doodling. So this is what's going on today. So got my stick figure done, got a rough under that, and I figure I felt a little stabby today. So, and because of some comments that I've seen here and there on the webs that made me no, I shouldn't phrase it that way. That's a bad way of phrasing it. Yeah, I just felt a little stabby today. So, and who else do we got here? Phantom Hooligan. Nice to see ya, man. Great that you can join us. I hope you like and subscribe to the channel. I think I've seen you around here before. I hope your weekend is going well so far, dude. Well, so far so good. So yeah, so I guess we're fiddling around and playing with AI, the both of us. So, yeah. Let us begin. Don't know exactly how to begin this. Al. So yeah, okay. So when you started, Al, after I kind of told you, what was it? The comment. I think the comment that kind of set it off. I put the animation up, and you're like, "What was it that you said? How did you do this?" And I just replied, "I made a drawing." Yeah.
I had no idea what that was. I didn't know if you were taking something from an established anime and trying to shoehorn like the way your character looked in that. So I didn't know what was going on. But yeah, you explained that you were using Grok, and then you kind of led me in that direction. So yeah, for me, I was just taking a couple of photographs from, my days in college, my time in college and at the dormitory. And one, and this is when my internet kicked out, was of the hallway at our dorm, which was called Sloan House, on 34th Street.
Oh, yeah.
And 9th Avenue in Manhattan. So yeah, I just took the photograph. It's a black and white photograph. I brought it into Grok and I just explained what I wanted. And then, just did this little 6-second animation of somebody walking down the hallways of my old dorm which is no longer in existence. And yeah, I directed it to the kind of music I wanted and stuff, and it looks fantastic. I was really amazed by it. So, because I have a lot of like home videos of, you know, me and my college buddies after college. And I was thinking about doing something like that, but that's all like real video. So I've been working on some things in regards to that with iMovie, which is you know, a video program I have in you know, on my iMac. I just take an old, you know, VHS video and just, you know, I had it all digitized and then making little short videos. But the AI stuff with the photographs, you know, like I said, I did 3 of them. And I'm thinking like, well, how can I incorporate those little 3 videos with what I'm doing with the live action stuff? So I was just giving that some thought. But I really honestly have no interest in really going in the AI route. Because you were mentioned as well, I still like drawing. I still like, you know, drawing. Well, for me, pen and ink on paper. So yeah, I'm not really interested in AI stuff. Doing some fun little animation stuff to promote the graphic novel series, I guess would be fine, especially since it's already based on my own artwork. So for me, yeah, I don't see a huge problem with that. So, but I have no interest in doing animation. Going back to animation. But again, you know, creating animation, it takes a lot of work and a lot of people. So the AI stuff could be helpful. Like what you were doing with that anime stuff, that looks great. And that's just you. And I honestly think you should just do more of that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it because here was the thing. Because like I mentioned, I do want to make a trailer for, you know, when I finally got these pages done, and you know, because every person that I've seen so far has done like some sort of, you know, trailer to introduce their book, introduce you know, their little world that they want to introduce people into, and you know, some of them, I'm not gonna lie, some of them look pretty good, and you know, probably in the back of my head, I get, you know, a little jealous in a in a sense. I'm not gonna lie, you know, because it seems like some of these people have, you know, a bit of money to burn, so to speak, and I think that, you know, where I don't have that luxury, so to speak, you know, it's either do it myself, or you know, or hire somebody and, you know, pay them bit by bit, but you know, is it going to be, you know, exactly what I wanted, right? You know, because let's face it, well, you would know where I'm coming from with this, you know, because as a graphic designer, sometimes some people will charge you extra for revisions, right? If you know, if certain changes need to be done to something, then it's like, well, obviously, because that's extra work that goes into something, you know, cost this much, right? And I'm like, oh, crap, you know, do you have that much money to spend out of pocket, so to speak? And it's like, no, I really don't want to do that. So the other alternative for me would be do it myself. And again, if you're, well, you know, as well as I do, because obviously you've animated a lot longer than I have. Making that many frames, it's a lot. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, you know, especially if you're at 24 frames per second, it's a lot of frames, and you got to make sure that every frame leads cleanly into the next. And Colehauser, how's it going, man? I was watching a little bit of your interview with Jay yesterday, last night, actually. So, and then I remembered, it's like, wait, why does this sound familiar? And then I realized it was a rebroadcast. So, how's it going? How's it going, my man? Great that you can join us. Yes. So, Phantom Hooligan, yeah, Cash Money. Okay, how's it going, dude? Yeah, I'm glad that you're here. Let's see, ignore me. Yeah, too much AI out there nowadays. Well, exactly. There's a lot of crap AI out there. There is. And while Phantom Hooligan, I like using AI for certain things. Yes. See, and that's it's kind of what I'm leading into. And like what Al was saying earlier, he likes what he does. He likes to, be able to draw. And what I was telling him kind of like backstage before the show started, it's like it takes a little bit of a piece out of you, especially when you want to be, creative.
Yeah.
It feels like the easy route was taking, and there's really not a sense of accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? You get I imagine you totally get what I'm saying.
Well, I get what you're saying. It's, how can I say this? Yeah, I'm not going to rely heavily on AI. It's kind of fun to make the little videos they did recently, and that's totally cool. And that's probably as far as I'm going to go. So when I would do videos to promote the Sword of Eden graphic novel series, yeah, I just did stuff in iMovie. I was just taking my own artwork and audio and just putting everything together in iMovie and edit it, and then showing and uploading that on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, like you said, yeah, I mean, I worked in animation for years, and it was fine. I think the problem I have, and this actually goes to, when Photoshop started, and people were just taking images of other people's artwork and just putting it through a filter in Photoshop, and then put that as a resume or part of their portfolio when they were trying to get graphic design work. Yeah, don't do that. And I think that's pretty much the same principle I have with AI. So I think all artists need to understand the fundamentals of the art in which they're working. Like if you want to be an animator or an illustrator or a comic book artist, learn to draw. Like I hate this whole thing about using a computer as a tool to bypass years of training and knowledge in regards to creating your work. You need to know the basics. When I was in college, and I don't think SVA does this anymore, but your foundation, like at SVA, like half of your classes were academic and the other half of your classes were all art related. But your freshman year, I had a 6-hour painting class. I had a 6-hour drawing class, each week. I had a 6-hour sculpture class. And you learn stuff, it's like, you spend 5 hours because you have an hour break. Painting, drawing, doing sculpture, which I hated. You learn how to do that stuff. And you should learn.
Really? You wait, whoa. Hold on. You did sculpture?
It was mandatory.
Really?
Yeah, we had a 6-hour.
I had.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like every, art related student, had to take these classes. We did like cardboard sculpture, and then we did like plaster sculpture. You just make a big plaster square hunk of rock, and you would carve out whatever you wanted to carve out. I did a bust of Cerebus, Dave Sims Cerebus.
Really?
And when it came time, when the class, oh yeah, absolutely. When it came time to, when the class is done, that semester, it was too heavy for me to carry back to the dorm, so I just left it there.
Really?
So, yeah. But yeah. So, yes. But yeah, I mean, you learn stuff. I don't think the SVA does that anymore. I wish they
Hmm.
would. But then the following years, it's like all the art stuff you do, it's like it's related to your major, like whether you're doing animation or film or graphic
Right.
design or cartooning, which is what I had done. But my point being is that it's really important to understand the basics and just not go to your computer,
Yes.
press a button, and say it's your art. That I don't like at all.
No, exactly. No, I totally 100% agree with you on that. One Rave, yeah, animating is a lot of work, even though even doing some of it for college classes years ago, it was very time consuming. Oh, really? You did some animating too as well. That's pretty cool. Especially when we had to paint the cells.
Oh, you got to
Oh,
be kidding me! That's a long time ago.
oh, wow.
Because
Yeah.
even I started doing animation professionally in 1996, and no one was doing cells. We were just drawing on paper, and then you would scan
Right.
the paper in, and then like color it digitally. So even
Wow.
back, in '96, yeah, no, as far as I know, like we were Nickelodeon, MTV, Sesame Street.
Uh-huh.
We were not using cells. We were just drawing on paper, or using
Wow.
Photoshop or 3D Studio Max. That was coming out towards the end.
So I kind of like the fact that Windwave totally. Wow. So you must have been when it was really done old school.
Oh yeah.
Windwave. That's pretty cool.
Oh, I mean, when I
Uh,
was in college, they were still painting on cells, like in college, which predates
Yeah.
1997 or 1996.
Kohlhauser, yes, next weekend is my big weekend. Nice. I have some AI for I have been some AI for Transformers. It's coming along pretty good. Oh yeah, that's right, because your Heels versus Babyface is coming to your channel. Very, very nice, Kohlhauser. And let's see, Phantom Hooligan. Yeah, we have seen some lazy art in the industry lately. True. A number of shows must look like a lot of Cal Art stuff. Why? I You know what? I don't know, but all I know is I'm glad that some conventions and big art meetups and stuff like that are banning AI, quote unquote artists, because they're not. It's pressing a button and it's like, whoop, look what I did. It's like, no, you
Right.
didn't. An algorithm did. Screw that. Vince, I tried sculpting with clay twice. First try was like AI, solid core and heavy. Second try was with aluminum wrapped in clay.
Wow.
Really? That's interesting. I never heard of that. Hmm.
Well,
And we're right. Yeah, did that back in 2003. We did the capstone in Toon Boom, but the secondary year was using cells.
oh wow.
Yeah, honestly, could never get used to drawing on a tablet. Well, okay. Well, Winrave, like Vince, he got a tablet like a few months ago. Not a screen tablet, kind of like mine, but he got that. If you, I don't know, I would say get a screen tablet, because I'm like Al and a few others. I'm kind of old school. I like to look at what I'm drawing like a piece of paper, and with a screen tablet, that it helps me a lot. I like it that way, right? It was too smooth and was too used to the texture of the paper. It never felt right. Never felt like I was doing it right. Okay, no, I totally get you. I totally do. I'm just gonna say this: the more that you use it, your nibs on the pen, the so-called pen, they end up roughing up the screen a little bit. Like, mine has, especially around the middle, has a teeny bit of wear. That's all I'm gonna call it. It's got a little bit of wear, not in a bad way, but in the way that it has a little bit of friction to it. and it gives it a nice roughness because it ends up feeling a little bit like paper in a way. So you give it a little bit of wear. Um, it starts to feel better to draw on. You end up getting used to it. That's the only thing I can suggest or tell you. It does end up feeling better. So,
Well, because
but anyway, yeah. Sorry, no, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
um, well,
You were talking about the classes you were taking in sculpting and stuff like that.
yeah. Well, I just wanted to tackle the digital drawing stuff. So, like right now, I'm working in Photoshop. So I scanned in some artwork for the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire graphic novel. So yeah, again, I like to draw with pen and ink on Bristol board, and then I scan that in, and then I clean everything up in Photoshop, and that's actually what I'm going to be doing today. And I think that's fine. I don't have a tablet. I don't have a Cintiq. Yeah, I'm just working in Photoshop with using a mouse. When I was teaching, I would have students come in with tablets and stuff, and they were just working on that. In my class, they would actually have to draw, traditionally, pen and ink on paper, but, they would do some stuff on their own, using tablets. And yeah, that's fine. But you need to know how to draw. So I think using pens and paper and pencils and, that will teach, and using a sketchbook, that will teach you how to draw. And then, once you learn how to do that, if you want to use digital technology to create artwork, I think that's fine. Like kind of what Mike's doing here or what I'm doing in Photoshop right now. I think that's totally cool. But I remember when I was at Sesame Street and we were doing animation, and we worked in a couple different programs. We used Photoshop, obviously. We used 3D Studio Max towards the end. There was a animation program that we used called Animator, which soon became outdated, which was fine. But that's when people started using Wacom tablets. I didn't like them. Wasn't really into it. I would still just prefer to use a mouse, and working in Photoshop, which I'm doing now. We also were using Flash. So, but I think a lot of young artists, they're not going to have that problem. I don't think they're going to have a problem, adjusting very quickly using a tablet.
Yeah. Oh God. As soon as you mentioned those programs, I'm like remembering college all over again. I'm not gonna lie, because I remember being in college, having to learn Flash and 3D Studio Max especially. And oh my God, I remember we had to make an animation of some sort, and God, I think I might still have it on my hard drive. Because this is roughly when Star Wars Episode 1 came out, and obviously it was all the rage. And yeah, sure, I got teased a little bit because I stood in line for 12 hours for tickets. I yes, I am. I am totally 100% a dork. Because well, I mean, let's face it, the last time I saw Star Wars in the movie theater was 1983. It was a long time. And actually sorry, no. It was late 90s, and it was when they did the special edition re-releases.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry.
So
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in Jersey City at the time, so that was just on the other side of the Hudson River from Manhattan. So yeah, me and my buddies, when they were doing the remastered version of the Star Wars movies, we just went into Manhattan, got our ticket, and sat down and watched the movie. So and that was cool. Because you didn't normally see Star Wars in the theaters anymore. So at that time, that was actually quite fun. I think they kind of overdid it in some of the movies in regards to like remastering those films. Like even with the episode, the first one, Star Wars,
Yeah.
there's a lot of changes. One of the thing that still burns me up to this day, because Star Wars had a huge impact on me as a kid. Like I got all the action figures, I got all the comics. I was really into Star Wars when I was young. The whole like Greedo shooting first stuff just still drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary.
It does.
Han Solo shot first.
It does, yes. Exactly. Han shot first. 100%.
Because the thing is, like, with the remastered version, if Greedo was a better shot, Han Solo would be dead.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree. You know, but it's not like we actually needed to see it. Like it's not like we needed proof that Han shot first. We know he shot first, obviously, because he's still alive.
That's how he is. He's not King Arthur. He's not Superman. Yeah, if he gets the chance to shoot first, he's going to.
Yeah, right. So of course, he kicked Greedo's ass. So and shot him first. So, although I'm gonna say this with like I was well aware of Jabba the Hutt. Was basically a big fat Irishman essentially. Just gonna say it that way, with a very woolly kind of jacket on, or coat, or whatever. Yeah, and you know what? In a way, while I like the idea that they kind of filled in the scene, because of Jabba the Hutt and all that kind of stuff, like Jabba, big fat worm. It kind of left me a little disappointed, because it's like you had to change everything about this, in order to make it work. And I thought, why not just leave that whole entire scene alone? Because now it's in the movie, but it's like I liked the mystique that Jabba was actually conceived of as a person.
Well,
I liked it that way. I mean, I understood what Lucas was doing, but
I actually like that change, because like, what's a hut? Because when the first Star Wars movie came out, like I had all the merchandise, so I even had the novel, and that scene is actually in the novel. And then of course he looked more human. And I was getting the comic books, and Jabba the Hutt was in the comic books, and he was even in issue 2. And he looked like more humanoid, but he was still funny looking. He was an alien, but he was humanoid looking. I don't know where I'm going with this. So I kind of like that change. I thought that was fine. It didn't really bother me so much.
Kind of wonder how they resolve that in the comic, though. Like, because when Return of the Jedi finally comes out, and essentially Jabba's a big slug. Yes. It's like, how do you resolve that in the comic book?
Well, it wasn't.
You already drew Jabba.
It wasn't addressed at all. In the issue 2 of the I imagine of Marvel's Star Wars comic book. Yeah, he looked like a humanoid. He had big, I think, blue eyes, purple eyes, and he had like yellow skin. And then the character appeared even after that, prior to the remastered stuff. And I guess Return of the Jedi. It wasn't really addressed. But the thing is that when they were working on Star Wars, episode 3 or 4, I guess that's what it is. Well, even when Star Wars came out, it wasn't called the first time you saw the movie, it wasn't called A New Hope. It wasn't called episode 4. That was like added later on.
No. So it was just Star Wars.
Right. and no one heard it. Like no one knew that Star Wars
Yeah.
was going to be this huge success. Like Lucas worked out a deal with 20th Century Fox where he retained, ownership of the property and got less money. But nobody knew it was going to be this huge success, and people were waiting hours online to see Star Wars when it first came out. But before the movie came out, Lucas wanted a comic book, and he begged Marvel to publish a comic book based on Star Wars, that first film, before the film came out. And Marvel was not doing very well financially, and usually these licensed comic books didn't do well. But the Star Wars comic book from Marvel made Marvel a ton of money, and that helped.
That's what I heard.
Ton of money. Yeah, it totally helped Marvel out. After that, when Star Wars came out, it was a huge success. Then Lucas, they still had that deal with Marvel to publish the comic book. But once the movie became this huge success, Lucasfilm, they had a lot of control and say over what was going on in the comic book. But it helped. Mm-hmm. It's just funny looking back at it now, because I've read interviews with Jim Shooter and stuff about this. Marvel begged them, or Lucasfilm begged Marvel to publish the Star Wars comic. The movie was a huge success. It helped both Lucasfilm and Marvel. It was great. I mean, I love Star Wars. I got all the action figures and toys, and I love the comic book. I just absolutely loved it. So it was great.
Which figures did you
all
have?
Of them? Yeah, wow. I mean, they were $2 a pop, and I remember I had $10. So I went to Jason, and everybody was looking for these things, and they weren't always easy to find, especially the Han Solo figure, that first Han Solo figure. So I think it was it was JCPenney. Yeah, I bought 5 figures for $10. I was very happy. Great.
Let's see exactly. Looking at what you're drawing helps a lot. Oh yeah, as for the tablet thing, no, totally. And if you're gonna get a program, WinRave, I'll just say this, yes. So if you happen to get a display tablet, okay, then and if you're gonna be looking at doing something like this, I personally, I mean, you can do this in Photoshop, like what Al's using, what I use as well, because I use Photoshop as well too. But if you're planning on doing maybe something like this, comic creating or something, I'm not going to say don't use Photoshop. I'm not going to say that whatsoever. Clip Studio Pro, it's more focused towards making comics and manga and web toons or web comics. And if you buy their package, totally the pro package, because I got kind of an intermediary package. You can try it out for free, and then 1 year, my youngest daughter, she wanted to use this program, and at the time it was income tax season. And so I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I kind of want to use this program too, because at that time I got my tablets as well. I got it actually on a Black Friday deal on Amazon. It was pretty good. It was not too bad. It was about $250 for the tablet that I'm using now, 15-inch tablet. Anyway, so I got that, and that's what I'm using now. If I want to go seriously pro, then this program, I think to buy it fully outright is around $250. But you get every single bell and whistle on this thing. Even to the point where you can do animation, because on the tier that I'm at with this, I think you can only do something 10-second animation, which is, if you go by 24 frames per second, which is really fine. It's a lot of drawings, but it's 10 seconds basically. So, but with the pro package, you can go a lot further in that. So, and as a chicken with the chat, Phantom Hooligan, I know a few friends that have actually put their work into their AI stuff. I know I can understand that. It is an interesting tool to use, or I would even say an assist. But I mean, if you're planning on making, say, like your own comic, your own story, or your own animation, I mean, you really can't truly say that I drew this.
Right.
You know, it just takes that creative spark away. That's just the way I see it. But I mean, if you use it as an assist to maybe enhance, I mean, that's not terrible. I just kind of think of it as we, myself obviously included in this. I'd rather work out my own kinks and bugs, so I end up doing it right than to ask a computer algorithm to correct it for me, because then I end up getting lazy. And then on top of that, you can't always guarantee that an algorithm is going to solve the problem perfectly to, the way you want it, right? Vince says, yeah, I can see the advantages of both kinds of tablets, but with the screenless tablet I got, you get used to where the elements of the program you use are. No, true, exactly. Yeah, you kind of get used to not looking at it and know how far you can go. I could just never work that way. I just never could. I just like to look at what I'm doing. That's just me. I have to look. That's why I'm pausing right now. Otherwise, I'd be drawing and like looking at the screen at the same time, and I can't do that. At first, I would always had to hover the pen slightly over the tablet to make the cursor appear. Yeah, I did that too when I had a screenless. When I had just a normal little tablet, it just bugged me. Gap, Mike, Al, for somebody to just look at a cover art of a comic book or anything else, what are the points to tell whether it was hand drawn or drawn on a tablet or drawn by a computer? This is an interesting question. Yeah, go for it.
I think when I see AI generated comic book covers, I can tell it's a generated comic book cover, an AI generated comic book cover.
Right.
Whether it's if you're using Photoshop to color a comic, or I mean, all coloring is done digitally nowadays anyway, so there's that.
Yeah.
I think when I look at comics, I can tell whether it was inked digitally or not. I mean, just being an inker and because like looking at Mike's stuff, I mean, that looks really good. His lines vary, but to me, I could still see that I literally can see him drawing it digitally. But yeah, some comic books now I could, like, there was this what was it? It was Thor Captain Marvel DC Marvel crossover recently, and I was looking at it, and the art was kind of fine, but you could tell, or at least I could tell, it was done all digitally. But whether it was drawn with a tablet or if they were doing something in Photoshop, I mean, I don't think there's any real way to tell if that's done that way. But yeah, digital artwork, I could tell it's done digitally. But at the same time, not many cartoonists nowadays are drawing pen and ink on paper anymore. Certainly not any of the young ones. Seems like a lot of these young artists come in and are drawing everything digitally.
Yeah, true. I mean, as for if it's done by a computer, like like AI kind of stuff. I mean, you could always kind of tell by you count the fingers.
Oh, well, there's
remember
that.
At first, yeah. At first, it was always that. It's like, oh yeah, but look how many fingers, or I don't know, the placement of legs or arms, or sometimes, what was it? Sometimes you would have like maybe a third arm pop up somewhere, like, where you weren't exactly looking or something. It's just weird.
But also some, like, I know Marvel and DC, well, at least DC, they frown on the whole AI generated artwork for their comics, so they don't like that so much. I'm not quite sure what Marvel's policy now, and certainly with some of the smaller publishers, I have no idea.
So they say.
Well, that's what they say. But
yeah, that's what they say.
I really don't care.
I don't know. I'm gonna say, yeah, Gap. I don't know if you can really tell if it was like hand drawn or on a tablet too much. I mean, I suppose maybe.
Well, I noticed that the lines don't vary as much as if you're using a pen and brush.
Yeah.
And also it has a very sterile look to the line art.
I'm going to here. I'm gonna show you a little bit of an example here, because right now, as you can see, obviously I'm using like obviously on my tablet, but I'm in my pen settings, right? And if I go like right here, if you can see that on the screen, I got the brush sizes right here, but if you go into here, it's the tool properties right here. And right down here, if you can see that, I don't know if you can actually read it, but it says stabilization. So you got your your real G pen here. It's supposed to simulate a G pen. That I guess some people ink with. So you got your brush size, opacity, your anti-aliasing here is right here, and then you can adjust by speed. You got your stabilization mode. So this is what you want to put on, right? Your stabilization mode. And if you put it high, it gives you a little bit of a fine, you don't get like, like little bends or something like that, as you're trying to draw straight the whole line for you, right? If I'm gonna say, probably, if you notice, the lines maybe are extremely clean, it might have been drawn on a tablet with a program like such like this,
right?
As we're drawn by a computer, watch out for like extra fingers or limbs, or one eye looking kind of goofy like than the other eye, stuff like that. But then again, AI is getting better and better and better, and it's getting harder to detect it, and I don't like that.
I find it harder to detect when I look at like some so-called like live video. When AI is used for illustration, so-called illustration, I can tell still. Yeah. But some of these videos I see, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook, I usually can tell if it's AI generated or not, just based on how stupid it might be. Like a lion bringing a kitten back to its mama. Yeah, that didn't really happen.
Yeah, no, exactly, right. That's why I suspect the straw up the sea turtle's nose. Probably,
yeah, I see a lot of that. I don't like. No. At least say it's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. No. There's got to be some sort of scrutiny going on, and I'm not quite sure how that would be done.
Oh yeah, totally. Okay, so Vince Womack. God, I still have the books for Flash and 3D Studio, and later 3D Studio Max. I used to have them too. Phantom Hooligan. Yeah, I remember using Flash in college. God, yeah, we all used Flash in college. Let's see. Greedo never got to fire his gun. Han Solo was earlier with Amelia. Yeah, totally 100% that. Yes. Pizza the Hut, by the way, major groan that they're still going ahead with the Rey movie. Oh God, are they really? No, give me a break. Screw that. Oh yeah, and Star Wars Underworld. I was hoping for this. Lucas was going to do a TV series way before the more recent stuff we got.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I remember shortly after episode 3 came out, right? The end of the prequel stuff. He had mentioned that he wanted to do Star Wars TV stuff way back when about the lesser known characters in the Star Wars universe. And I remember that shortly after episode 3 came out. And I mean, yeah, we got it now, but I remember, yeah, I wanted to see Star Wars Underworld. That would have been totally 100% cool. Totally, totally cool. Gap says, well, Al, I mean, for us regular folks, not us artists like you and Mike. So, no, I mean, I get what you're saying because, say you want to commission some work from somebody, how and you pay somebody like, I don't know, like say $300 for a commission or something like that. I'm just throwing out a number. How do you know? How would you know if this was totally 100% truly hand drawn, or if it's like, you know, AI generated slop? I mean, you want to get an authentic piece of work, and I totally understand that, and that's 100% what you should get. You know, yeah. What would you watch out for? What would you look out for? What are the little telltale signs and stuff like that? So I get where you're coming from, dude. I really honestly do.
Yeah, we're at this very weird place right now where a lot of this stuff is new. It's just going to take a matter of time and effort just to muddle our way through it to figure out what to do, where this stuff is going, how this is going to affect our own artwork, entertainment, these Hollywood studios, and that sort of thing. I think on the good side, though, and I'm all for this bit, where creators have a lot more control over their work, and they don't necessarily have to go through a lot of gatekeepers to get their work out there. I think, like, if you're a musician, make sure you have a YouTube channel. Go on tour and do concerts and that sort of thing, and you can own your own stuff. It'll be interesting what's going to happen with Hollywood now, right? If they could, not hire actors and have to work with a Screen Actors Guild and have AI actors, act in the movie.
Oh,
I'm sure they would do that. I think the problem would be with writing, but then you can have AI writing screenplays, but how good is that going to be? But at the same time,
Well, that's true.
artists and writers, they can now, and musicians, they can create their own stuff and get it out there. So we don't need Hollywood.
Yep.
And I'm all for that. I think that's fantastic.
It is. It is. Because it makes you, I mean, if you really think about it, with 8 billion plus people out there, a lot of them, like people like you guys in the chat, people that are watching like on the YouTubes and on X and Rumble and all that jazz. So I believe that somewhere deep inside, all of you guys out there have a story that you want to tell, or it's crossed your mind. And I think, something like this would, totally be great for anybody that doesn't have the same skill set as, like, say, somebody like Al, or somebody like Hungry Boy, or somebody like like some of the people that have already put out books, for sale and stuff like that. I mean, look at Drunk 3PO. I mean, he's already got a couple of books out. Hired an artist and stuff like that. So it's made a lot of people extra creative, which is great. However, it's made some people No, how should I put it? Not so great. And and just peddling stuff that isn't actually theirs.
All right. So,
They haven't put the sweat equity into something.
see, that's where I was going to go with this. So when I talk about
You know
how
what
it's
I
a
mean.
great opportunity for creative people to get their
Yeah.
stuff out there and not have to deal with gatekeepers and stuff, I'm talking about creative people, like actual
Yep.
artists and writers and stuff that actually do have something to say and that have a certain amount of skill and craft in their work. People who like the idea of wanting to be an animator or an artist and stuff, I don't think any amount of technology is going to help them at all. If they really don't want to do it, if they don't have the skill to do it, I don't think there's, because I've met a lot of people that want to be an animator. I've met a lot of people that want to be a comic book artist because they would come to me asking for advice. What I found is that,
Right.
and having, being a teacher as well. What I found is that, yeah, there's a lot of people that like that idea, that they want to be able to draw comic books, but will they? I doubt it. Is technology going to help them if they really have no skill or drive to do it? Yeah, they're not going to succeed. So yeah, you got to have,
No.
tools are very important, but you got to have a drive and artistic vision to create any sort of art. If you don't have those things, then yeah, well, it's gonna stink. It's gonna stink for you.
You got me.
Exactly. Well, again, yeah, I've talked to a lot of young people about this sort of stuff, and you can tell just by talking to them. It's like, yeah, you're not going to make it. It's 'cause you don't care. You don't have any skill. You don't want to. For example, well, you can read chats, but then I have a story to tell.
Yeah. Okay, good. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Let's see. Vince need to make some spaghetti because I forgot cheese for lasagna. Bummer, dude. I feel that pain. Collector's still here. Nice to see you, my buddy. Or somebody like you. Let's see. Is drunk from the UK. I have the faintest idea what's going on. So, but that's okay. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Go.
All right, so I just want to check one thing. Towards the end of my teaching at SUNY Orange, there was a student who he emailed me through the college email, and he wanted me to look at his portfolio because he wanted to go to FIT in New York. He was not one of my students. I didn't have to give this kid any advice at all, but I did because I enjoyed teaching. So I met with this student like once a week for several weeks. But when I first met him, because he said, I would like you to review my portfolio because I want to submit my work to FIT. I'm like, fine, I'd be happy to look at your work. When I met him, he didn't have a portfolio. He just had a little sketchbook with maybe a couple of sketches in it. I'm like, this is not a portfolio. Like you said you wanted me to look at and review your portfolio. You don't have a portfolio. You just got a sketchbook with a couple of sketches in it. And what ultimately he wanted me to do is actually have him draw his portfolio. So this went on. It was insane. First, he lied to me. Well, first he wasn't my student. He was other faculty member student.
Yeah.
He lied to me about having a portfolio, but I was giving him a critique and I was recommending books to him. I was handing him Xeroxes. I'm like, but you got to draw this stuff. It was like, I can't draw your portfolio. And towards the end, I was just like, I tried to help him out as best I could, but he didn't put the effort in. He didn't have the skill set. He just wanted to have a faculty member draw his portfolio for him, and he weaseled his way into getting something out of me. So that's a very good example. So this kid, he's not going to make it. He didn't put the work in. He didn't actually draw the stuff. He didn't draw anything really up to that point. And there's no teacher depending, even a great teacher can help somebody like that. Because our job is not to draw your stuff. Like, our job is to teach you how to draw your own stuff. If you're not willing to draw your own stuff, if you don't have the talent to draw your own stuff, you're not going to make it. Because you're talking about fields, entertainment. Well, FIT is more fashion and illustration, where it's highly competitive. If you don't know how to draw and you don't care to learn how to draw, like, you will never make it. Like, very talented young people who have skills will never make it, because these fields are so competitive. Fashion is very competitive. Working in comics is very competitive. Working in film and animation is very competitive. So yeah, you got to know your craft. You got to at least learn and have a want to learn your craft, and you got to want and spend the time to draw. I remember when I was at SVA, one of my other teachers was Gene Colan. Gene Colan was very famous for pencil for Marvel and DC. Worked on Iron Man, Tomb of Dracula, Howard the Duck, Wolverine, Black Panther, and nice guy. Gene Colan, very famous comic book creator. But he would say that you need to spend 2 hours a day learning how to draw as a young artist, or you'll never make it. I can't say I followed that rule, but I did enjoy drawing, and I love the medium of comics, and I did put the work in, And Gene was great. Gene was like, he would bring his penciled pages in, and they were gorgeous. I don't think there was ever an inker that actually could do his pencil work justice, but his penciling was beautiful. Nice guy, nice man, Gene Colan.
Yeah, my dad, who, in his younger years, I mean, he spent time in music, and that's how we got started, and when my mom and dad moved to Canada, my mom was essentially his manager, and he would tour across Canada. But he told me one day that, not to disappoint you, but only one in a million get in, like, anywhere's in the entertainment industry. And it's true. You gotta stand out. If you can't stand out, if you haven't practiced your craft enough, if you don't put in the, that, like I said before, that sweat equity kind of thing, you're not going to have a story on your hands. You're not going to have the it's just not going to be good all around, basically all around. And because nothing good ever came out of laziness. Nothing. Anything great in the world was essentially always done through hard work. Hard work.
Right.
Like they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. And it was, well, I mean, besides, through slaves and stuff like that. But I mean,
yeah, and conquering people. But
it took a lot of hard work. Well, yeah, exactly. Aside from that, no, but it's through blood, sweat, and tears.
Right.
You gotta put in that work. Like, and funny, you just came along because, and my son is like right here because apparently you were drawing yesterday.
Yeah, I was drawing a little bit.
Nice.
I still suck ass at it.
Well, we
At
all
least
do.
you can admit it. No.
Well, no.
Well,
but
yeah, we all do.
Healthy.
No.
That's healthy.
Exactly.
If you want to get better, like, you want to get better, and you will get better. Like, if you have no want to get better, then you never will get better.
Then you're gonna constantly suck. Yeah.
Right.
But no, I mean, when my son started drawing, I mean, yeah, like, because we've all been there. We all sucked at first, and it's the same thing for my son. But you know what? He, for some odd reason, he just excelled, like, dramatically, because he did. It was like really insane. I couldn't believe it. Because a few days later, He was still drawing because he was waiting for, I think it was like he was waiting for a new computer to come in or something like that, and so he was bored. He started drawing, and because this is something I always told him is because his older sisters, I mean, they've just been drawing and drawing and drawing because, hey, Dad knows how to draw. I'm going to draw too, kind of thing. And so I always encouraged it with them, and they turned out to be, really good artists. And so, and I always tried to, encourage Liam. It's like, hey, you never know. You might actually be way better than your sisters. So, sometimes you got to create a little bit of competition, because competition can be good for the soul sometimes too. But when he started drawing, and then a few days later, he drew something else. I can't quite remember what it was, but I looked at the way he did his hands, because let's face it, sometimes hands are such a pain in the ass to do. Oh my God. Feet, I don't have so much of a problem with feet. It's just hands, and I think almost every artist feels the same way. But the way he did hands, I'm like, oh my God, like, you did it right. Like he drew it perfect the way it should be. And I'm looking at it, it's like, how did you do that? And he's like, well, I just, what was it? I took a look at my hand. I think he said he took a look at his hand. And he just drew it the way it looked. And I'm like, God, son of a bitch. Damn. Like, I wish it was easier for me when I was doing it stuff. But it's nice to see, that it comes so naturally for some people. But with other people like myself, you have to work at it. And for everybody, it's going to be different that way. But how are you ever going to find out? This goes for everybody out there, myself included, and Al too. I'm sure he's thought this. How do you know if you don't ever try? How do you know that you're not going to be good at it unless you try? Because you just might be the next phenom out there. Any of you guys and gals, that could end up being the next Picasso or something. You never know.
I hope not.
Well,
I'm not a fan of Picasso.
Well, minus the lead poisoning and the craziness. So.
And he also chopped off his ear. No, that was Van Gogh.
Well, yeah, that's
Van Gogh.
No, yeah, yeah. Collector, I feel this so much. I have a language student that is in the first place. That in the first place lied to me about his income and talked me into teaching him for almost nothing. Wow. And now he is unreliable and expects me to implant knowledge to his brain. No talent, no drive, and with an attitude, will fail in life.
Yep, 100%.
Exactly. If you expect everybody to do everything for you, if you don't acquire those skills, I mean, my God, even just basic skills, for Pete's sake.
So
yeah, you're not gonna go far. You just won't.
Nope. Yeah. So when I would talk about this in the classroom, this very same topic, yeah, I would talk about like how competitive, working in comics and animation is, and I try to really stress that point because I said that you got to really want to do it, you got to learn, you got to put the time in, and it's very competitive. What I would say, and this is actually not very nice, but I would say that we could always use more ditch diggers or somebody flipping a burger at a restaurant. So figure out what you want to do.
We need more burger flippers.
And figure out what you're going to do and then do it. Hands are very difficult to draw.
Hands are.
Yeah. So there's
bitch.
Yeah. Well, I like Vern Hogarth has a couple of drawing books, illustration books on anatomy, which you can pick up. Again, I always talk about Vern Hogarth or Andrew Loomis. Andrew Loomis has a book out. Well, he's dead, but called "Drawing the Figure for All It's Worth." there's a section on there about hands. I think Andrew Loomis also may have had a book on drawing hands. I remember Dave Sim. Dave Sim of Cerebus fame. Like, you ever look at Cerebus? Like, Dave draws very unusual hands, and he can never really get, like, Dave is a phenomenal.
I noticed that.
Yeah, it's weird. Dave, and he admits it. So Dave would tell this story because Dave's mentor was Gene Day, and Gene Day was a inker, mostly an inker, and sometimes an illustrator at Marvel. And I remember seeing Gene Day's work on like the Avengers or Star Wars, and it was like fantastic inking. But Gene Day was Dave's teacher, and Dave was having a problem with drawing hands, and he showed it to Gene Day. Gene Day looked at Dave's figure and the wonky hands that Dave was drawing, and Gene just said, "That's a Dave Sim hand," and then he walks away. So I thought that was kind of neat in one respect, you know, kind of neat.
Okay.
But yeah, Dave Sim draws Dave Sim hands. And,
it almost sounds like a slur.
well, no, not at all. But yeah, I mean,
no, okay.
Yeah, but yeah. If you look at Cerebus, and Dave draws hands a very unique sort of way. But Dave's illustration is amazing. Dave, we owe a lot to Dave Sim in regards to self-publishing, creators' rights. His work on Cerebus and a graphic novel he did called Hudenhaus. But I have two other little quick stories. When I was in high school and I wanted to work in comics, and I was planning on going to college to learn how to draw comic books. One of my closest friends, his mom was giving me a little lecture about things, and she was very business savvy. Both of my friends' parents, they owned businesses. One owned a bookstore. The mom owned a bookstore, and the dad owned a couple of bars. And the mom was telling me, because she really frowned on the whole art thing, and she said that, artists are a dime a dozen. And I felt really insulted by that, but she wasn't wrong,
right?
Which is amazing. And to learn that lesson also, and I know I've told this story online before. When I was in college, we had a class trip. I think it was Gene Colan's class. We went to visit Neil Adams' studio, Continuity Graphics. I know I told this story, but it's really important. So Neil Adams had all of us in like this main room, for the office, and we all sat around this huge table, and he was at the head of the table. And then I don't know if you ever met Neil Adams or talked to him or watched videos where he's talking, he was such a straight shooter. But he looked at all of us. I think there was probably like 30 of us, 25, 30 of us, and he said, "Most of you guys will never work in the comic book industry." And this is Neil Adams. Like, he's like on the top of the list when it comes to craft in comics and illustration, and very sort of classicist, very realistic art style. I learned a lot from that.
Fantastic.
One thing I learned was that it made me very aware of how competitive the comic book industry really is. So that kind of got a fire, going underneath me to get going. My buddy was really insulted by what Neil Adams had said. Now, my buddy had a certain amount of drawing skill, and my buddy also wanted to work on Batman, which is funny because Neil Adams has had a huge career working on Batman and had a huge influence on what Batman became later on. But my buddy like he would always complain, like he's like, "I'm not working on Batman, like I'm not working for DC, I can't, it's like, why am I not working on Batman?" And I'm like, "Have you ever even talked to DC or sent your work over to DC?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, there you go. Like that's part of your answer." What my friend ended up doing,
I hate to disappoint, but
it's so stupid. It's like why am Mike, why am I not the designated hitter for the New York Yankees? It's like, one, I never had an interest in. Well, exactly. Yeah. You know, if you don't try out,
have you ever been scouted before? Do you know how to
have
throw
you ever
a ball?
tried out?
Do you
for
live in
New
the
York
immediate
Yankees?
area?
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Yeah.
how stupid can you be? But the good thing is, this same buddy, and I mentioned this before, he ended up as a designer. He did storyboards for Gray Advertising, and he did work on storyboards for commercials for the action figures and toys for the Batman animated series. So that made him happy. But then I think he ended up like several of my college buddies who I was very close to ended up working in graphic designing t-shirts and socks and stuff, which is kind of sad. But
Yay.
yeah, there you go. So yeah.
Hey, those socks and t-shirts don't sell by themselves, you know.
Well, no, somebody's got to do it, and somebody's got to dig ditches, and somebody's got to flip my burger at the restaurant. So yes, there you go. And this sounds.
There's nothing wrong with being a graphic designer. What are you talking about?
No, there is not, Mike. There is not. There's not. But there is something wrong if you decide to go to a college for 4 years to be a comic book artist or an animator and you don't do it. Especially going to the college that I went to with having legendary creators, artists, writers, and animators, and you end up not working in art at all. That's a problem. I think that's
exactly. Problem. It's like it is because like what's the point of going there in the first place?
They get drunk and have fun and have a lot of sex.
Well, yeah, I mean, besides that, I mean, some might see that as a bonus, but it's not really. Been there, done that. Pop Culture Republic, how's it going? Nice to see you, my man. Hello to you. And he says, yeah, that's true. Any creative industry is very competitive and not everybody will be the next big thing. That's true. It is true. Anybody can be a whopper flopper. I can supersize that for 49 cents. Yes. I like that. A whopper flopper. I like that. And the collector says, yeah, I'm going to be the next hot talent for Mexico's next Tombstone star. Like really for real? Or you're just being facetious.
I think it's the latter.
It could be, yes.
Don't mind Mike.
But no, but it goes back to what Al was saying and what my dad was saying. One in a million get in, but it all depends on your talent, but the big thing about it is your drive. How much do you want to do this thing? How much. How bad do you want to, do you want to make music or draw or do whatever it is that you want to do in particular? It doesn't matter really what field. It really honestly doesn't matter what field. It could be anything because maybe your dream is to become, the world's greatest engineer or a scientist or, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It depends on, that drive that is inside you. And but yeah, like what Al was saying, I mean, don't be surprised if DC isn't knocking on your door asking you to be drawing how come you're not drawing Batman for us yet?
Not gonna happen.
No, it's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen if you don't apply yourself. So all you people out there, get your ass in gear. Because in about, was it 9 years now? Titles like Superman and all the characters that go along with it as soon as he came out is going to be public domain.
Well,
so if you want to conquer that Superman market when it comes out, now's the time.
Right. So what will become public domain supposedly is Action Comics #1. So anything related to Action Comics #1 and that version of Superman will become public domain. I would think that even if Mike and I wanted to do our own Superman version, once Superman goes into the public domain,
that'd be cool.
I'm sure DC Comics would still come after us.
Nah, probably, maybe. Well, no, actually, because technically they couldn't. It's public domain.
Oh,
I don't think they could.
They could because they have lawyers. And even if you are on the wrong side of the law, if you have the money to pay for these lawyers, they can make your life difficult. And it only covers copyright, so it doesn't cover trademark. So like if you and I wanted to, in several years do a Superman comic book, like our own version based on Action Comics #1, we still couldn't call it Superman. We'd have to call it something different because trademark is different. So they still would retain the trademark. You could call the character Superman
unless we did, right?
But not like.
What if we did Super Dash Man?
Well, right, here's a story for you. So I think in the 1940s, DC Comics, they were called National back then, and Marvel, which was still called Timely, and then Epic.
Timely. Yeah.
They had they were Timely, then they were Epic, and then they were Marvel. They got a trademark of the word superhero, and they kept that trademark for like decades. So in the late 1990s, early 2000s, there was an independent black and white comic book, which I really liked. It was called Superhero. Was it Superhero Hour? Something like that. Great independent black and white comic book. But yeah, it was called Superhero Hour. It was like superheroes. It was like this bar that all the superheroes would hang out in.
Right.
But DC and Marvel sent them a cease and desist letter because their comic book was called Superhero Hour. And since Marvel and DC retained the trademark for the word name of superhero, that no one else could actually use it on a comic book cover. So they had to change the name of their comic book. And I think it was just called Hero Hour. But yeah, so that's the things that happen. It's crazy. So trademark and copyright.
How is it that they can? Yeah, I mean, how is it that they can, basically share a copyright? For yeah.
Well,
it just sounds bizarre. It's like it's like the only time that they actually get along is when it comes to like
that's funny. Yeah,
cornering a name. Yeah, no, really. I mean, think about it.
Well, see, that's what that's what trademarks do. They protect names and logos and phrases. So, I can't have a comic book called Superman. I can't have a comic book called what was another one they had? Do they own the trademark to faster than a speeding bullet? Something along those lines. So so all that stuff is trademark. As sort of phraseology. I mean, me and my college buddies had a trademark on several things, but trademarks are different. So if you have a trademark, you got to create a logo, and you got to show the trademark and patent office every 6 or 10 years, 6th or 10th year, that you're still using that trademark. If you can't prove that you're using that trademark, then you lose the right to that trademark. But Marvel and DC, when they realized that the name, the word, the phrasing of superhero would become quite popular, they jumped on that real quick. But every year or every 6th and 10th year, they had to show that they were still using that mark, superhero. Same like with Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. Captain Marvel is a good example because Fawcett Comics, in the late 1930s, 1940 maybe, when they created Captain Marvel, they owned the trademark to Captain Marvel. But then when they went out of business and Stan Lee was Stanley was at Marvel decades before this, but in the 60s when Marvel created their own Captain Marvel, Marvel actually, and since, Fawcett was out of business and they weren't showing that they were still using the mark for Captain Marvel, Marvel Comics owned the name Captain Marvel.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So and that's why.
Cam. What's up, dude? Hi, everyone. Mike, you're going to be on for a while. You got on headphones walking to the store. AFK, have fun. Yes, I am. Cam. Totally 100%. Much to Vincent's horror. So, and Sergey, yes. Hey, you promised me a hint on von Scheisenberg. Yeah, dude on TFW 2005. If if I recall correctly. Yes. I promised you a hint. Okay. So because here, that's why I said you got to subscribe. You have to subscribe because there are other multiple Transformers fans here also as well. So hey, you're sharing a community with a bunch of nerds. Like Winrave, he came from TFW 2005. Vincent, he's a Transformers fan. Collector, he's a fan of everything. So you're in good company. Al here, he worked at Marvel DC and a bunch of other places. So you know what? This is the geekosphere that you want to be partaking in. So I did promise you a hint. Okay. Here is your hint. Sergey. Is good hint, is very good hint. Okay? Your hint is this. It is quite possibly another season 2 combiner that has not been produced yet, even though we got 2 Decepticon combiners and only almost done 1 Autobot combiner. Which one is it going to be of the last 2? I don't know, but it could be a naughty one. And hopefully that's a good enough hint to kind of like narrow it down. Because like I said, I can't type it out on the message boards, but I can elude on my channel. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. So, and Cam, cool, good listening. I'll be back on keyboard. Cheers. Yes, you keep on listening, my dude. Because we're having a fantastic conversation here. Pop Culture Republic. What's up, dude? Marvel uses the term mutants and DC has the term metahumans.
Oh, yeah.
True. Yeah. Let's see. And I'm guessing the same is true for the term zombie, since some movies use that term and other movies use other terminology for zombie. Oh yeah, like the undead or the Walking Dead and stuff like that. Because I never thought about stuff like that, like zombie. I mean, I guess we just kind of take it for granted, kind of thing. So Fez, my Fez bro, what's up, dude? Comic Relief Crusader, hell there, Fez brother, and all you happy peoples. Nice to see you, dude. So delight, Sergey, there you go. I promise hint. Please like, subscribe, and if you don't, I kill you. No, I don't kill you. I pet you on the head and I kiss you on the forehead ever so lovingly for subscribing to this channel. In a non-gay way. Anyway. Yeah, so because it would be exciting that as soon as Superman becomes public domain. Oh, see, because my understanding is everything that is essentially in Action Comics _1, or essentially Superman _1, that everything in that would be public domain. So I mean, not held by copyrights. Like you could use that period's Superman S logo.
Not the logo, no.
Right? Because no. Hold on a second, because couldn't you? Because it's not the same S logo that it is today. That logo has evolved over the years.
Well,
so wouldn't that stand to reason that you could use that particular S on that's on Superman's chest?
You could. So that symbol, but you would have to use that S. So it,
no,
yeah,
of course,
different.
until the next evolution, so to speak, of the Superman S becomes public domain.
If it,
that's what I'm saying.
if it does. See, copyright law used to be very different. Copyright law now is like, for example, I have a notebook full of copyrights that I've actually had made with the Library of Congress and the Copyright Office. So all of my copyrights are protected. And copyright law now, the way it stands is that if you have a copyright now, like if you went out and you copyrighted your Alberta Prime character, which I still think that's a great name, you would own that copyright until 70 years after you're dead. So copyright is nowadays, because the copyright law changed in 76, 78. Yeah, copyright's a little bit different.
Something like that.
Yeah, it is. So so I have a bunch of, like, all my stuff is copyrighted. Even when the Sword of Eden, like Volume 1 came out, I made sure, even though some of those characters I had already been copyrighted, I actually copyrighted the whole graphic novel. So if you publish a book, or in this case a graphic novel, and you want it copyrighted, you have to send the Copyright Office 3 copies. Is it 3 copies? Either 3 or 4 copies of your copyrighted of your printed book. Normally you would just, because copyrights are really easy, so if you just wanted to copyright this character, Mike, I don't know how it works in Canada, but in the US you just fill out this form, which is really simple. It's just like one page, front and back, and include whatever you want copyrighted, the way, and there's different copyrights too. So if you wanted to copyright and protect the way the character looks, you would include a whole bunch of different illustrations of the character. If you wanted to copyright the story, that's actually a different copyright. That's a TX form. Anything that's visual is VA. Stories, poems, song lyrics is TX form. But it's really simple to do. Although I think the cost for a copyright now is a lot more than it used to be. I remember it was like $30 to get a copyright. Now I think it's like $175. But once you get something copyrighted, yeah, it's crazy. But once you have something copyrighted, you have nothing to worry about. They look at your material, they approve it, they make a copy of the form, they stamp it, and they mail a copy back to you. And then it's protected for 70 years until after you're dead.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
No, yeah, the trademark is
and I know that. Oh no, sorry.
Well, no, trademarks are like I said, trickier because every 6th and 10th year you have to show that you're still using the mark, and they're very expensive. I tried. Well, I don't know if I should. I'll say it anyway. I tried to get a trademark on the Sword of Eden, and I ended up spending like $600 trying to get it trademarked. But the problem with the trademark and patent office, what they told me was that only the first volume came out. So I would have to keep showing that I'm still using the mark by subsequently sending them copies of volumes that came out after volume 1, which I never did. But it was $600 wasted. It really, maybe not happen.
Damn,
it was really annoying.
Expensive lesson.
Another thing is, like, my college buddies and I, we started a studio, Picktoon Studio, like in the early 90s. So we were doing comics and animation and, putting stuff online and that sort of thing. So we trademarked the name of the studio, Picktoons. So we trademarked it. Yeah. And when you do a trademark, you have to actually you have to show what the mark looks like, the logo. You have to explain what that mark covers, and the more things that the more goods and or services that it covers, it actually costs more. So we just put comics and animation, and it was called Picktoon Studios. So when the trademark and patent office was reviewing our application for the trademark, we got a letter from them saying that Nickelodeon, which had a TV show called Nicktoons, was questioning our want to get Picktoons trademarked. So I had to write them back about it, but eventually the trademark and patent office, sorry, I keep doing that, got back to us and approved our mark. The problem was that, and we had the mark so for 6 years, and then at the 6th year we had to keep showing whether we're still using it. But by then we all sort of like went our separate ways, and weren't using the mark anymore, so it's no longer trademarked.
Right.
Those things happen.
I see. Yeah, that's true. Fez says, has Gene Simmons copyrighted the word copyright yet? Probably not. No. I don't think you really can. It wouldn't surprise me if we try though. Sergey, yeah, you know what? My mom's German, my dad's Austrian. The only reason why I did Russian is because, the name Sergey. So, I tried to copy the Russian accent, which is pretty good, but thank you. Let's see what else. Pop Culture Republic says, while it's interesting that Superman, or a version of Supes, is about to go public domain, or into public domain, I think it would be better to make a new concept for a super character, like Hancock, Omni-Man, and Supreme, Homelander, and so many others. So
yeah, great example.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, there's something about that Superman character.
I mean, yeah, exactly, because it's like the first. He was number one.
Yep.
Yeah, Ultraman, or Ultraman Prime. Oh God, yeah. There's so many others. Yeah, from Malibu. Yeah, I remember that one. Titan from Dark Horse Comics. Oh God, yeah, I remember. Jeez, see, Pop knows his comics too.
Yeah.
So he remembers all of this stuff, because I totally forgot about Titan. Prime, I remember. I think it was like a kid.
Yeah.
Somehow got. Yeah, he somehow got superpowered. I forget exactly how, but he turned into Prime. Yeah, I remember that. So, oh, and Cam, if you're still listening, Gap says hi. So, and good to see you again today, he says, because you're not at a keyboard. So I'm relaying the message right now. See, you can see it on screen. Gap is saying hi to you, Cam, because I'm the one that connects and makes bonds between friends.
You're like a dating service.
Anyway, exactly. I'm a full-on dating service. I'm the matchmaker. No, it's gonna be horrific in a way. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it'd be fun. Apparently, there's somebody out there that is kind of prepping for that day to happen when Superman goes public domain.
It would be interesting.
So,
I can't say I haven't thought about it myself.
Oh God, I'm sure there are quite a few people that have thought about this already. So, I would just like, this is what I would like, if somebody were to do it. I mean, because I'm not gonna lie, even I thought about doing this. Is essentially just retelling the original story. Just update the art.
Yeah.
Just update the art. That's all you got to do. It's pure and simple, because I'm gonna admit it. I only read the very first Superman story like once. That's it. Just once. And I mean, it's a good story. Don't get me wrong. It's a great story. But yeah, I mean, it'd be really cool if just somebody updates it. That's all you need. Just newer art. Keep. This is what I would do. Update the artwork, obviously, like I said. Keep the cars the way they used to in the 1930s. Just do, because to me, it still keeps that old history aesthetic. But that's just me. I don't know. What would you do, Al? If you could redraw Superman is public domain, what would you do? Go.
I like the idea. Well, here's a couple things. One is there was never a character like that before. I mean, he was the first superhero. No. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster had a very difficult time getting any publisher to publish it. In fact, even like DC Comics, they were national at that time. They didn't even publish it right away. They liked their artwork, but they had Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster work on other books. And then they decided to publish Action Comics #1. In fact, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster took the Superman property, because initially they wanted it to be a comic strip, but they also took it to Will Eisner when Will had the Eisner and Iger shop. And Will talk about this in class, and Will passed on it because no one thought there was anything to do with his character. Like, no one knows what's going to be the next biggest thing. So Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster,
can you imagine though?
Well, now it sounds crazy.
I mean, sorry to interrupt you there.
No, go ahead.
But I mean, yeah, exactly. But I mean, think about it. If that was part of the Eisner estate, like, dude, that would have been phenomenal.
That would have been something. Well, the way the Jerry Siegel and the way that the Eisner Iger thing happened is, because they were creating characters and content for publishers and comic books for publishers. So when Will left Eisner and Iger to do The Spirit as a syndicated comic book that was inserted into Sunday comic newspapers, he just sold everything that he worked on at Eisner Iger, because they created Sheena of the Jungle. Sheena of the Jungle. They created Black Hawk. They did a lot of different things over there, but nobody wanted the Superman character. So and doing comic strips was the big thing back then. So Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster drew the Superman origin as a comic strip. So they started working at DC. DC didn't want to, or National didn't want to publish the Superman idea at first. They were working on other stuff. When DC decided to publish Action Comics #1, they decided to use the Superman story and artwork, but they had to cut the artwork because they were drawn as comic strips. So they cut the artwork and they stacked the panels on one another to fit a comic book page. And Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster were paid $130. When was this? 1939, 1938,
something like that,
for a 10-page story. And the contract that they signed with DC over Superman, it's just like a half a page long, but nobody wanted Superman. They couldn't even sell it to anybody. So that contract does say
because nobody wants to read about a strong man in tights.
Correct. Well, they didn't think so, right? But the contract did say that they were selling their rights of the property over to DC National. But it was a huge hit. Action Comics, those first 13 pages with Superman in it, that was a huge hit. Changed everything.
Totally.
What sucked for them is that, they were in litigation, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, with DC Comics for decades, and even because they had to have a shop. So when Superman became really popular, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster at DC, while working at DC, they had to have a shop because they were producing Action Comics. They were producing, the Superman comic book. A lot of content, so they had their own studio, and they were making a lot of money back then. Was it Jerry Siegel? Yeah, Jerry Siegel wanted to do Superboy, and DC said, no, that's a dumb idea. And then Jerry Siegel was drafted. I guess this must have been the Korean War. And then while Jerry Siegel was drafted, you see where this was going. DC decided to publish a Superboy comic. So they were in litigation, and they sued DC, and they lost. One thing that they did win initially was that this whole concept of Superboy, but they sold the rights over to DC through litigation, and they actually did sign over whatever rights they may have had to Superman over to DC. and they were treated like crap for years.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, it was terrible. Joe Shuster was going blind. I think he was a mailman. They couldn't find work in comics anymore. Then Warner Brothers, which owned DC Comics, in the mid 1970s, were working on this, Superman the motion picture film, and it was like this multi-million-dollar film that they were going to produce. And thank God, you had Jerry Robinson, who was the real artist on those early Batman stories, who was also teaching at SVA, and one of his students was Steve Ditko. Jerry Robinson and Neil Adams, they were outspoken that, DC was, and this is Neil, and Neil he used to work for DC. They made a big stink in the press about how, Warner Brothers was creating this multi-million-dollar Superman movie, but the creators of the movie, of the property, they weren't going to see any money from this. They were poor and destitute, and they were treated like crap. So Warner Brothers was actually forced to work out a stipend for Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster and their families, as well as health insurance because of this. Not nearly as much as they should have been given, considering how that property generated hundreds of millions, billions of dollars over the decades.
Yeah, because I believe they definitely, well, I mean, they're passed away now, obviously, but I mean, but I mean, their whole estate should be given a big, huge piece of that pie, man. They if it wasn't for those two, I mean, aside from the fact that we wouldn't have any superheroes today, but I mean, we wouldn't really have Marvel. We wouldn't have any of the stuff that's over at Dark Horse or Image or any other independent comic company whatsoever. It just would not be there. It would be non-existent. It's Superman was and is the granddaddy of them all.
Yes.
It's you just, as soon as you say the word Superman, essentially, or no, sorry, superhero, Superman should, relatively speaking, pop into your head. Because he was the extreme very first.
Right.
And,
so, what's legally right isn't necessarily what's morally right. So legally, DC didn't have to do Jack Diddley squat for Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, but morally, I would think they were morally obligated to take care of these families. Same thing with Jack Kirby. Probably even more so with Kirby. I'm very biased towards Kirby, so yeah.
So are a lot of people.
But it's true.
But no, fair is fair. I mean, if it wasn't for Kirby, we wouldn't have, the whole. I mean, aside from the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe, I mean, we wouldn't have all the merchandising that goes along with it, and all the cartoons and the action figures and play sets and. God, you look at it now, even Lego sets, for Pete's sake, and everything that you could practically slap a superhero face on is due to Siegel and Schuster. I'm gonna say Finger as well, and Jack Kirby.
Yeah, I am of the mindset that Kirby created everything for Marvel.
Yes.
I think Stanley was just a shyster, but I didn't always believe that. But
I'm gonna say Stan Lee was more of the DJ, while Jack was more of the composer.
I think
I'm gonna say it in that way because Stan Lee talked up a good show. Let's put it that way, right? Because he kind of had that, and I'm just saying this from an outside perspective kind of thing, right? Where you're more close to everything that happened, in a roundabout kind of way, if you know what I mean. you know, I just see kind of Jack Kirby as he was the DJ and he's the one that kind of he's the promoter, the circus ring leader, right? Of like, you know, have a look over at this ring where we have like, you know, two elephants balancing on a ball kind of thing. To me, that was like Stan Lee
Yes,
promoting and propping up Marvel
100%.
Comics. But yeah, but I mean Jack was, like I said, Jack was the composer. Jack's the one that made the books sing with his artwork, with his imagination, and he's the one that really, honest to God, put Marvel on the map. You know, with the art, because like I said, without the artwork and the stories, I mean, you know, what else do you have? You don't have a lot else.
So when Stanley Lieber started working for Timely Comics, I think he was definitely still a teenager, and his Uncle Robert worked at Timely, and his mom's cousin Martin Goodman, if I understand this correctly, owned the company, and it wasn't just Timely. Martin Goodman owned, you know, they were publishing magazines and, you know, comics and stuff, and Jack Kirby and Joe Simon were already working at Marvel, working on Captain America. And Uncle Robert and Martin Goodman, you know, they hired Stanley Lieber as a gopher for Jack Kirby and Joe Simon.
He's the one that got the coffee.
He's the one that got the coffee. And according to Jack Kirby, Stanley Lieber was a pest. And Jack Kirby was a nice guy. Like, Jack Kirby knew he totally got screwed over the decades, but he would rarely complain about things. He only really started complaining like in the early 80s when Marvel, you know, in the late 70s, Marvel and DC was, they were returning original artwork back to the creators, but they weren't going to do it with Kirby initially in the early 80s. And a lot of the comic book creators caused a big stink about this. So Stan Lee was working for that company since he was a teenager and still working for that company in various different ways up until the day he died. I think, and keep that in mind, you're talking decades, 1940s, 50s, 60s, all the way until he died in 2016, something like that, 2017. Well, look at all the years that Stan Lee worked for that company. Like, all the stuff that was created that had any lasting value other than Captain America, which was created by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby, was in the 1960s when Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and Wally Wood were working at Marvel. So Stan Lee was really good. I think he was pretty good as an editor. I think Stan Lee had a huge gift when it came to writing word balloons and captions. I think that Stan Lee had a huge gift in connecting with his audience, amazingly so. And I think that Stan Lee also was really good, as what you were saying, as a salesperson. And I think that's where Stan Lee's gift really was. But Stan Lee, like, he really didn't care about comics. Like, you know, he wanted to work for Hollywood. That's what he wanted to do. So, you know,
that's what I heard too. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, he wanted to work in television and film. In the early 1970s, he wanted to leave Marvel Comics and move out to California and work on, you know, TV and movie properties, TV and movie, you know, shows based on the Marvel properties. But the new owners wouldn't let him go unless Stan Lee found a replacement. But Stan Lee, he didn't really want to work in comics. But I think what had really happened is, you know, Jack Kirby came back to Marvel in 1959, and according to Kirby, and I actually have the audio from his Comics Journal interview, Kirby came back to the Marvel office in 59. He found Stan Lee crying at his desk, and the way Kirby explained it, that the movers were already moving out the furniture out of the Marvel offices because Marvel was going to fold. Kirby, you know, I'm sure some of it was hyperbole, but absolutely, 100%. But I think, but Kirby had ideas, so they initially worked on monster books. So Kirby and Stan Lee were working on monster books, and then Martin Goodman heard that DC Comics was publishing this Justice League of America comic book, and it brought superheroes back, because superheroes pretty much died out in the 1950s. So DC was going to publish Justice League of America. So that's when Martin Goodman wanted Marvel to start publishing superheroes again. And I think Jack Kirby had all these ideas. I think the Fantastic Four was based on his Challengers of the Unknown comic that he was doing for DC Comics prior to that. Spider-Man. I think Marvel's Spider-Man really was created by Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko. Joe Simon and Jack Kirby created a character in the 1950s called the Silver Spider. They had C.C. Beck, who worked on Captain Marvel, Fawcett's Captain Marvel, and drew an origin story for the Silver Spider. And that character morphed into the Fly, which Joe Simon and Jack Kirby were doing for Archie Comics. So they had this character called the Silver Spider. And the name also morphed into Spider-Man without the hyphen. So I think, in 59, 60, around there, when Martin Goodman wanted to do superheroes again, I think Kirby had all these ideas. And he was just letting things fly. And he was just creating all this content. And I think one of them was this idea based on the Spider-Man character that he and Joe Simon came up with in the 50s. So as the story goes, unlike how Stan Lee used to tell it in regards to Spider-Man, Jack Kirby drew like 4 or 5 pages of an origin story of Spider-Man. And then Stan Lee gave the story to Steve Ditko to ink. But Steve Ditko, very smart man, he understood history, the history of comics. He looked at this origin story and he said, this is too much like the Fly character. It's this young kid with a magic ring, and then he turned into this heroic-looking character called Spider-Man, who looked more like Captain America. So Steve Ditko went to Stan Lee. He's like, this is too much like the Fly character. This is not a good idea. So I think that Stan Lee said, well, you just do your own story. So, and that's where the Marvel Spider-Man came from. Like Steve Ditko created that character. Created the design of the character. Steve Ditko created the web shooters and, the way the character looked. I think the only thing really that Steve Ditko kept was that he was a young kid living with some relatives. And certainly by the time, so this is Amazing Fantasy 15, which was the last issue in that run, which was the first appearance of Spider-Man. Spider-Man became a huge hit. So they did Amazing Spider-Man. And Steve Ditko was just drawing that book on his own. Like he was writing it or plotting it, I should say, and just drawing the comic. And he would give the comic to Stan Lee. Stan Lee would have it lettered, and Stan Lee would write the word balloons. And Steve Ditko would get the comic pages back, and Steve Ditko would ink those stories. But it was really Steve Ditko coming up with all these characters. You're not just Spider-Man. It's like Green Goblin, Mysterio, the Lizard, the Scorpion. Like that was all Steve Ditko. Steve Ditko was getting really upset because not only was he not getting, he was complaining, right? So eventually, because Stan Lee was getting writer credit, and also Stan Lee was a full-time employee at Marvel. So Stan Lee was doing these side jobs where he was quote unquote the writer of these comics, sole writer. So he was getting paid extra, and Steve Ditko was really plotting. And we're talking about Spider-Man only. He was like plotting these stories and drawing these stories and creating these stories all on his own, Steve Ditko. So Steve Ditko was complaining. So he did eventually get a plotter credit or co-plotting credit on the Amazing Spider-Man comics, but he wasn't compensated for it. Steve Ditko also created Doctor Strange all on his own. And Stan Lee had nothing to do with the creation of Doctor Strange at all. And Stan Lee actually admitted this in the letter columns. I think it was Stan's soapbox in the Marvel Comics when he was announcing that this new character was coming out called Doctor Strange, and he said "'twas all Steve's idea." But years later, in the 70s, 80s, probably the 70s, I remember there was an interview that Stan Lee gave, and they asked him, "What is your favorite character that you created at Marvel?" And Stan Lee said, "Doctor Strange." And prior to that, like he admitted that he had nothing to do with the characters by the time, right before Doctor Strange was even appearing in that one, I can't remember, Tales of Suspense or whatever it was. Anyway, my point being is I think Stan Lee was a shyster. I think I mentioned all the good qualities of Stan Lee, and I used to believe the narrative that Stan Lee came up with the characters. He didn't. I used to believe that he co-plotted the stories. He didn't. And that's why, because I was getting the Jack Kirby collector in the early 2000s, and I had to stop reading it because they were bashing Stan Lee too much because I believe that narrative. But there's a couple of books on this topic that I would recommend people getting. There's True Believer, The Rise and Fall of Stan Lee by Abraham Reisman, which is one of the best books I've ever read. I mentioned this before. I would pick that up. And I would also pick up tomorrow's book. I think it's called Kirby Lee Stuff Said. And they really go into great detail about all this stuff.
Oh, 100%. I've heard that is a pretty good book.
Excellent. Excellent. Wonderful.
And I want to say thank you for all you for watching over on X. Let's see. Here's what I'm going to do. If you want to listen to a little bit more comic history, I put a link in the chat. Let's see, that I will bring up here in a bit of a second here. But if for all you people on the YouTubes right now, or sorry, on X actually listening right now, that's why I'm asking, hey, if you want to head over to the channel on YouTube, I got a really good, interesting video that you might want to listen to, because this is really good. It's really, really good. If you want to know a little bit more about some comic history, this is from the 1975 San Diego Comic-Con with a bunch of special guests. Okay. And who are these special guests? Well, I mean, we got Chuck Norris. I mean, you can never go wrong with Chuck Norris. You got Ray Bradbury. You got Jack Kirby and Jim Steranko. You do have Stan Lee in there, and you got the founder of the San Diego Comic-Con, Shel Dorf, that's also there. You got Alan Light, and you also have none other but Gil Kane and Will Eisner on top of that.
Will Eisner.
Yes, and I'll tell you something.
That was
Will Eisner in this video. He pokes the bear a little bit at Stan Lee. But what you were saying earlier about, Stan Lee wanted to, basically go to Hollywood kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's mentioned in here because back in 1975, even then, he was pushing Spider-Man to Hollywood, and he was working out a deal with Hollywood.
Yep.
And the end result is all of you that are just old enough will remember the Spider-Man TV show. So that ended up on our television screens back in the late 70s. So if you want to listen to a little bit of comic history, and because I'm sure that Al more than likely will want to, there is the link for you in the private chat as well there, because Al's former teacher, Will Eisner, in this video. And this here, I'm going to tell you this, because back in the day, before video and all that kind of stuff, this at the San Diego Comic-Con was released on LP, on a record, and it's very, very rare to find this, and I just happened to find this online. So if you want, all of you guys on X, come on over, subscribe away, and take a listen at this, because this is about let me see, this is almost an hour long, and you will like this. You will enjoy it.
I remember you mentioned that a couple of years ago, and I listened to it, and I thought that was great. I was not even aware of that until you mentioned it a couple of years ago. Wait, did you also, is this posted on your website, like your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. That's the link that I sent you in the private chat.
On your website, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
On YouTube.
Yeah, that's what
Yep. Because when did I post this? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to look. I posted this. And Joanne Siegel is in this as well. So you might want to take a little bit of an extra gander at this too. Yeah, August 3rd, 2023. So 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Almost 3 years ago, published that. So, Vince, I'm back. Bachinos. Nice to have you back, man. How was the spaghetti? Was it good? Is it good for you? Is it good for you? And Vincent, yeah, I love watching Spider-Man show with Nicholas Hammond. Yeah, it was a fun show, wasn't it? I loved it when I was a kid. Oh my god, I loved watching that show when I was a kid. It was so good. I'm pretty sure that he made a cameo appearance in the last Spider-Man movie 2 years ago. Oh, yeah, the multiverse movie. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look that up because that was the one thing that I wanted to see in that last Spider-Man movie was Nicholas Hammond, and I was also hoping for Japanese Spider-Man as well. Not gonna lie, I wanted to see Japanese Spider-Man and the and his big giant mecha as well from Japan. I wanted to see that. So, because I'm telling you, you have not seen anything until you've seen Japanese Spider-Man. which reminds me, I know we have Canadian Spider-Man. He hasn't even shown up yet, and maybe eventually he might. But we're gonna have to get a Japanese Spider-Man as well. Then we'll have a set. We'll have American Spider-Man, which is just Spider-Man, and we'll have Canadian Spider-Man, and we need Japanese Spider-Man. We'll have a whole collection. It'll be awesome. But yeah, no, it's very revealing, and oh boy, yeah, Will Eisner does poke. He he does poke at
They
Stanley
had
about, yeah, maybe you should be paying your artists and stuff like that, and oh, it's so good. It is.
they had
so
an
good.
odd
And
relationship.
Jim,
Um,
they did.
I know that Ann Eisner, Will's wife, used because Stan Lee and his wife, and Will and his wife Ann, like whenever they would get together at conventions, whatever, they would actually spend time together and go out to dinner together. And Ann would always say
Right.
that Stanley always brought the worst out of Will because Will was kind of competitive, and Stanley was not a nice person. But they got along okay, I guess. But they've
Right.
been on panels together. They were in Italy together on a signing over in Italy at Lucca. It was a comic book convention. I don't know if they still do it in Italy. Um, Will, I mean, Will was in comics since '38. I think that's when he started with the Eisner Iger shop, or even before that with Wow magazine.
Right.
So he knew all
Mhm.
these. Like Kirby worked for him, Lou Fine worked for him. Joe Kubert worked for him, Jules Pfeiffer worked for him. Like uh, all these. Like Will knew all these guys, and
Yeah.
Will would not really say like he knew who the terrible people were, but he would never openly really criticize people. Will was a gentleman. He was a really nice guy, but he knew who the jerks were. Um, he knew the situation. Like he was friends with Kirby. Like Kirby worked for Will Eisner, and when Will was doing his shop talk interviews for the I think it was the Kitchen Sink Spirit magazines, like he interviewed Kirby, and they knew each other. And Kirby had a great amount of respect for Will Eisner. And they even got on the topic of Spider-Man, but Will really didn't want to talk about that publicly because he really didn't want to say anything bad about Stan Lee. When you were mentioning how Stan Lee wanted to, he
Right.
did go out to California to work on these properties, movie and Hollywood deals for the Marvel characters. Like I mentioned, the owner at
Yep.
Marvel at that time, they would not let Stan Lee go unless Stan Lee found a replacement. And who did Stan Lee call? He called Will Eisner. Will was not a big fan of superheroes, by the way. So Will and Stanley were
Right.
still living in New York. Will was living in probably either White Plains or Connecticut. Um, Will went into the Marvel offices. They talked about things. By this point, Will had a very strong view on comic book creators' rights. They talked to the owner of the company, and the owner said, "Well, Mr. Eisner, what would you do if you were the editor-in-chief or publisher of Marvel?" And Will was like, "Well, I would stop work made for hire and let people create, and own their own characters, and I would return artwork and give royalties." And like the owner and Stanley just looked at each other, and then that wasn't going to work out. So Will was like, "Listen,
That would have been
Stan, I'm
very
sorry."
interesting, though.
Oh, it would have been. It would have been. Like this story is not only in Will Eisner's biography. I would say autobiography because he was initially working on it. but it was somewhere else. I think it was in the Eisner Miller book. You know, the discussion between Frank Miller and Will Eisner about this stuff. And I actually contacted Roy Thomas, because Roy Thomas, who, you know, he was Stan Lee's assistant, became editor-in-chief at Marvel. I actually contacted Roy because Roy had a quote in one of these books. I think it was Will's biography about this whole scenario, and then because it was just interesting. So Roy Thomas collaborated on Will's account of this story, and so did Marv Wolfman, and Stan Lee didn't remember. I mean, Stan Lee had a terrible memory and stuff. So right. Will knew what was going on. He knew who the jerks were, but he wasn't really publicly outspoken about saying terrible things about people. One guy he didn't like was Bob Kane, the so-called creator of Batman, because Will and Bob Kane actually went to high school together, and they would double date. This is well before they actually started working in comics. And wow. I think I told this story once before. Oh yeah, it's Bob Kane was just as bad as Stan Lee. He hired people to write and draw, you know, the Batman stories and comics. Bill Finger was a writer. Jerry Robinson eventually started drawing it, and but Bob Kane was smart enough to get a very good contract with DC and get his name attached and credited on all the Batman stories, but never really wanted to give credit at all to Bill Finger or Jerry Robinson. So one year there was some sort of convention. I don't know where it was, and Bob Kane was there, and Will Eisner were there, and you know, they kind of hooked up a little bit. You know, they were old friends. And Bob Kane wanted to have drinks after the convention. So they're at this hotel. So Will's like, okay, yeah, you know, we'll meet for drinks at the bar, you know, at this time. So Dennis Kitchen was like Will's agent and publisher at different points, and Dennis Kitchen was there. And when Will was going to the bar, he told Dennis Kitchen, you know, in 15 minutes, I'm going to get a very important phone call, so you better come and get me. So Will went to the bar, met Bob Kane. They had a couple of drinks. 15 minutes later, Dennis Kitchen comes in and he says, you know, excuse me, gentlemen, Mr. Eisner, you have a very important phone call to take. You know, I'm sorry about this. So Will said his goodbyes to Bob Kane. He said, I got to take this phone call. It's really important. And as Dennis Kitchen and Will Eisner were leaving the bar, Will said, you know, 15 minutes is the most time that I can spend with that guy. Referring to Bob Kane, and it was just like, you know, and Will knew Bob Kane since the beginning. Bob Kane, you know, when there was a couple of art exhibits going on around the time that the Batman movie was coming out, the one that in 1989, and it was artwork like paintings credited to Bob Kane, like he signed his name to these paintings. One was an exhibit of paintings based on the actors dressed up as the Batman characters for the Batman movie that came out in 1989. And he signed the paintings. And the paintings were in an art gallery, I think in LA, as an exhibit. And he did not paint those paintings. The guy was a total phony. Yeah, he was up there. See, I blame Stan Lee more because like there's a lot more stuff that Stan Lee took credit for. But Batman, that's pretty big. Exactly. He was terrible. Both Stan Lee.
I mean, because that's DC's, like, I'm going to say bread and butter.
It's all.
Things get a little.
It's their only book that sells.
Exactly. When things get a little, you know, like scarce monetarily with Warner Brothers, time to make another Batman movie, you know, or Batman comic, or you know, something Batman related. It's like you know, they, out of all the plethora of heroes that they can pick from, it's always Batman all the time. It's like, why don't you just try to prop up another character? You know, do something interesting with another character. But you know, it's always on Batman all the time, and it drives me nuts. Like, you know, it's like they don't have any other kind of creativity whatsoever. Just that's why I'm Batmaned out. I couldn't give two craps about Batman anymore, about anything Batman, or you know, and to that degree, anything DC. You know,
I agree.
Maybe
Well,
maybe that's
Hollywood
just
and
me. I don't know.
Hollywood and these, and I think the people running Marvel and DC, they aren't very creative people. They know Batman will
No.
sell, and in their defense, a little bit, it takes a lot of money to produce a film, and they want to make sure it's going to be a sure winner. So
of course,
yeah, Batman's going to sell. It doesn't matter. You can poop on a piece of paper and spell out Batman. Somebody's gonna buy it.
Yep.
It always sells, and it's the only comic that sells over at DC.
But on top of that, it just seems like I don't know. It just seems like it's always the same kind of silly tagline, and a bit, like this is the most dark and grittiest Batman ever. It's like, yeah, but you say that about every Batman movie, or every Batman cartoon movie, or comic, or anything like that. And it's like, it's basically the same Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, except for like, Ultimate Batman. It seems like because we did, what was it? We talked about it this past Tuesday.
Absolute
It
Batman.
seems like that was like the #1 seller of last year, Absolute Batman.
Yeah.
And I haven't even looked at it.
Nope.
But it's like they're doing this Absolute Joker, Absolute Batman, Absolute Wonder Woman, Absolute, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, why? And I haven't even taken the time to even see why. So, but whatever. Whatever, I guess. If it sells, it sells.
Well,
but then again,
compared,
I don't want to just read a comic just because it sells.
Well, comparatively, I mean, comic book sales in the direct market are not the comic book sales of, the late 1980s and early 1990s. But Batman is the only thing that sells over at DC.
Yeah.
But I don't. I mean, I've heard good things about Absolute Batman. I don't know. It seems kind of woke. Batman beating up ice agents or Nazis or whatever he was beating up. So I don't care what DC does.
No,
so
I don't either.
Read and support what you want to read and support.
That's right.
If manga makes you happy, and I'm not a manga fan, but if it makes you happy, read manga. Manga outsells everybody. In North
I'm gonna have to send you Akira. I'm gonna have to tell you. I'm gonna have to. I got it all on digital. I'm gonna have to send it to you. Send a comic book reader program. I'm gonna have to get you to read that entire series. It is good. You will like it. I swear to God, you will like it.
I have something called Simple Comic. It's a app or program on my iMac that reads some comic books. Simple Comic. Yeah.
Simple Comic.
Yeah, Dan Fraga sent me a copy of a digital copy of a Comics Journal interview with with Will Eisner, and I had to get this program just to read that. Comics Journal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Simple Comic. I only used that one time.
Okay.
But that's the thing. It's like, support creator-owned work. Support, and read comics that you like. Like, I don't collect comics anymore. In fact, I've been selling a lot of the comics that I really don't care about anymore. And the ones that I do, I have reading copies anyway in my studio, so I don't need this stuff anymore.
No. I had a bunch of it, and then one year my brother sold my entire collection.
He sold your collection?
And yeah, he did. Did
you know this
everything
was happened, and how much money did you get from it?
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. Yeah. I had, like I said, I had every issue of Akira, and that took me a long time to get together. It took me such a long time, because this is when Marvel had Epic
Right.
Comics. And they took a little bit of a hiatus between I forgot what issue it was at the time. I think it was like maybe in their mid-20s or something like that they put out Akira. Or no, maybe it was about issue 32. I know there was like a little bit of a pause in between, and because Epic was going. What was it? It was going out of business or something like that, or they were shutting it down.
Mhm.
I think at the time.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they decided, hey, no, we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish the series because we promised we would. So we're gonna put out the rest of the issues of Akira, and they did. And I finished off my entire collection. And the very first time when I moved out to Calgary, it was myself, Tom, and a friend of my brother's and myself, John Guitar. Yes, that was literally his name, John Guitar, like the musical instrument. And we got an apartment ourselves. And obviously I had all my Image comics with me, and I had Akira, and like basically everything that I had for comics, I had on the shelf. And a few months later, I went back to New Brunswick, and I was planning on going back to Calgary. And what ended up happening, because apparently the rent was due, my brother came to the apartment, moved in while I was gone, and to make up for it, to help out for it, he sold all my comics, all my Akira comics, everything, and to help pay for the rent, which could have came out of his pocket.
Wait, was this your apartment as well before you moved?
Yeah.
Were you responsible for the rent too?
Yes.
Even
which
though
was already paid.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like you dirty bugger.
Can you still speak to your brother?
Oh yeah. But he owes me. He owes me so much.
Does he know that he owes you?
No, he knows, but he never brings it up.
Oh.
And yeah.
Well,
Vincent says, do not send him Evangelion. Ease him in first. Exactly. No, I'm not going to send him Evangelion. No, not going to do that. That's something, you definitely have to ease into, because that's that has to do with existentialism. So I'm not a big fan of existentialism.
Nope.
But no. But you definitely would like Akira. And I think I'm trying to think what else you would like. You might like Appleseed, I think.
It's so
Even
funny.
though that's more techno political storyline. Maybe. I don't know.
I got a couple of comics of Appleseed back in the 1980s. And I think it was in like Will Eisner's class, when because Will would get those comp copies every couple of weeks, and there was a couple of Appleseed comics in there. So I had a couple, but it's funny that you mentioned that, because like I said, I was selling comics, some of the comics I don't really care about anymore. And a couple of those were those Appleseed issues.
Oh, Masamune Shirow is just brilliant. His storytelling is actually really quite good. And even though those were done, I think like early 80s, mid 80s or something like that. Oh, to see his art now, it's like, obviously it's still there. That similarity to his past work is there, but it's evolved so far.
Well, how old is
so
he?
Far? I don't know. See, the weird thing is about Japanese manga creators is a lot of them don't like to be photographed, or they're actually quite shy. So nobody really knows what Masamune Shirow looks like.
Oh.
But I can tell you this, at least. He's probably, let me think here. I'm going to say he's probably maybe closer. I know he's definitely in his 60s. If anything, he's probably close to his 70s. Yeah.
But so he doesn't do signings or anything?
You know what? I don't know how it works in Japan. I mean, because I know I know they obviously got, Comic Cons and stuff like that, but and there will be some, big artists that obviously probably go out to these cons, but I don't know if they do.
That's weird.
Yeah. Let me look it up. I'm gonna Masamune.
So, like,
Oh, that's with an E. That's right, because Masamune is a Japanese sword. And yeah, and that's the way you should spell it. Oh, he's 64? Really?
wow.
Oh, that's what he looks like. So they actually got a picture of it now. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I got a couple of his lithographs, like back in the day, back in the 90s, and just beautiful artwork, beautiful artwork. And I wonder if my mom and dad actually still have it. Although he's gotten lately into a lot of the cheesecake kind of stuff lately.
Were they signed?
But no, unfortunately they weren't.
Oh.
And I wish they were. Yeah, right? Otherwise that would have been way better.
That would have been so cool.
Oh, damn. That'd be... Ugh. I'd be extremely happy.
Yeah, your brother could
If I
pay a
were
couple
to-
months rent on that.
Yeah, right?
Like, I mentioned this to
That's
you before,
bugger.
but the only manga that I really liked, and I really liked it, was Xenon, and that came out like in the mid and late 1980s, and that I liked a lot.
Yeah, Xenon was pretty good. Xenon
Awesome.
was pretty good.
I can still read it. It's still, for me, it still holds up.
Yep. Let me think here. Let me try to find something new of his. Yeah, that's pretty new. That's like relatively new. Let me bring this up because he's got an exhibition going on right now in Japan. So, yeah. Because I know Ghost in the Shell is coming out again, and it's going back to its manga roots.
Wait,
That's going to be coming out around this summertime. So
a new cartoon?
yeah, his artwork is it goes back to the original manga when it came out around the mid 90s, and I had the original manga of Ghost in the Shell. And again, that disappeared too. So I was not happy about that either.
Wait, so is he? So he did both. He did Ghost in the Shell and Appleseed.
Oh yeah, he did a ton of stuff. Yeah, Appleseed was just one of the titles that he did. He did, I mean, because he's been around for quite a while.
40 years.
I mean, Ghost in the well, yeah, I mean, Ghost in the Shell came out in '95, but I mean, this goes back as far as well, I mean, there was Dominion that came out back in, I believe it was like 1986. Then there was Orion in '91. Let's see, Appleseed. I mean, that was 1989,
Yeah.
roughly around that time. Ghost in the Shell. Let's see, that was 91. Then there was Intron Depot, which is like an art book that he sold. Then there was, Ghost in the Shell 2. I think that was like around 95. Let's see, Greaseberries, but that was like 2 years ago. There was a lot. I remember M66 Black Magic, that was another one. Dominion Tank Police, that was another one. That was quite fun. Let's see. Oh boy, he did a lot of stuff. I did like Appleseed. I actually had the entire Appleseed collection too, which is pretty good. What else was there? What was his earliest work?
But
it was he's done a lot of stuff.
does he own those properties though? How does that work in Japan?
Yes, I believe he still owns those
Oh.
properties. Yeah. So, and the publisher. How does that work too? I'm gonna have to look that up. How that works in
Yeah, I don't
Japan
know.
too, because I think it's shared between the publisher and the artist, because it is obviously the artist's. Yeah,
That makes me.
creation. Yep, exactly. Pop Ghost in the Shell, Appleseed, Dominion, Black Magic, Dominion. Yeah, Dominion became Dominion Tank Police, the anime. That is such a it's such a fun series, man. And I think Pop Culture Mechanic. I don't know if he's actually still here, still listening, but we were talking about Appleseed, the movie when that came out. So, in the early '90s. But yeah, no, he did all that. Appleseed, Ghost in the Shell, all that stuff. So it's quite good reads. So anyway, and yesterday I was like fiddling around with page 4 a little bit more, just fiddling around with a little bit more brushes. So, and trying to finish out this page. And I think I kind of like the shading on what I did on this chupacabra. So
The goat sucker?
that turned out the good sucker.
Like Abra?
Yeah. So, and then I'm gonna switch into kind of flashback. That's the word I'm looking for. Flashback mode. Tell how this all begins, and then I'm gonna throw a little bit of a curveball when I get back to finishing up this scene. So, of something quite extra creepy-ish. So, and I kind of like how I did the mountains in the background, or these hills in the background. That turned out quite well. I like that.
So she's not in Canada
Plus,
during this story.
no, she will be somewheres in, I'm gonna guess, New Mexico-ish. So, because like I mentioned before, this is gonna be like a globe-trotting adventure. So, I'll probably use something like a tagline, like, because when we eventually become the Republic of Alberta, I'll probably use a tagline like something like, Alberta. How should I put it? Alberta will save the world, or something like that. But you'll never know it. I don't know. I'm still working on that. So, hey, Cam, you're back. Thank you, gentlemen. Very engaging and edifying listen. Mike, the art is looking good. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that, man. I really honestly do. Like I said before, yeah, if you guys out there can just plug the channel, put it out there, share it, just so we build up an audience here, and make everybody feel welcome in this inclusive spot.
What?
I'm kidding.
I am
I'm
on the
kidding.
wrong show.
I'm kidding. I know. No. Because who was it? Somebody yesterday or the day before said something kind of interesting. I think it was Joe on Joe's Atmosphere. Because he was talking about movies and old movies and stuff like that. And he said, you know what? There's too many channels out there that complain or hate watch on a lot of movies and channels out there, right? And yeah, and it's tiring. So it's just time to bring back a little bit of fun, a little bit of goofiness, and bring smiles to people out there. So, but yeah, because you got to do that. And Pop, you got to get going. Not a problem, my man. Always great to have you around. So you take care of yourself in sunny, pleasant Texas. So, and we shall see you soon.
Bye, Pop.
So, yeah. So what I did is on the ground, I did a little bit of foliage, a little bit of dirt, stuff like that. I kind of found an interesting brush to kind of give this a little bit of texture, kind of like a dull leathery type of texture, and I hope it kind of came out right, because if I can, let me see if I can zoom in on this a bit. It might not come out well on the screen on your end, but it's a very interesting kind of crosshatch. So, and I think it worked out well. But yeah, this here I just want to work a little bit more on, and because sometimes I go through that. How should I put it? When you get kind of stuck mentally about what you can add, and yeah, you go through a little bit of a block. And then sometimes when you come back to it, it just seems to kind of make sense, and then all of a sudden you can kind of finish it up easier. So I know, I suppose maybe that's why I kind of flip-flop between pages, I'm guessing. So I know. How's that go with you? You ever find that?
When I was in high school, I remember like a friend of mine, and he had an interest in art, but he would say the same sort of thing. Like, you're drawing something, either you don't know what's wrong with it, or there's something wrong with it. Yeah, and you have to come back later, hours later, or the next day, and look at it, and then you realize exactly how to fix the problem, or see what the problem really is. So, yeah, just give it some time. If there's something weird going on, yeah, give it a rest. Work on something different. Take a look at it later on, and you might see what the problem is.
Yeah, more than likely. It's kind of what I figured. It's like writer's block, in a way. It's kind of like this artist block.
Oh yeah.
Which is kind of weird. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to get stuff. I used to be like that when I was in college. And I think I'm sure I told this story before, but yeah, trying to work on your homework assignment when you're in college and you want to feel inspired. But the problem is that might be nice when you're in college, but when you're working professionally, you really can't afford to do that. So what I had learned is that, when I started working in comics professionally, that I get up in the morning and then I go right to the drawing board, because if I don't meet my deadlines, then I don't get paid, and then I can't pay my rent. So the idea of being impoverished or starving to death is a great motivator to getting work done.
Yeah, that's true. If you want to eat more than just, macaroni and cheese or
Yep.
or alphagettis, you kind of should be sitting down doing your work.
100%.
Kind of thing.
Because there's 1,000 guys and gals behind you that want your job.
Exactly. Oh God, yeah, that's true. So, because if you don't do it, somebody's always willing to.
100%.
Yep. And 150%.
Why do people say that? A lot of people say that.
Because you want to go above and beyond.
It's only 100%.
I don't know.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I know. You can't give more than that.
Exactly.
You can't give more.
Another thing I find kind
But I
of
want to
odd
feel like I'm giving more.
in recent years, and I think this started maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, was so I've always liked the term because people always used it in regards. We'll talk about creating comics. They would refer to comic book creators as creators, and somewhere along the lines, I think it's usually when ISOM started. What's that guy's name?
Oh, Eric July?
Yeah. What's the name of his company?
Yeah, over at Ripperverse.
Ripperverse, right.
Wow, Ripperverse.
I think that's the first time I heard them referring to... It's probably the first time I ever heard that anyone use the term creatives instead of creators. And I always thought that was kind of odd.
It is kind of odd.
You know, because like for decades, it was like comic book creator, the creators of comic book creators. And then it suddenly became creatives.
Right.
But creative, it's an adjective. It's not a noun. It's like who started that? Why are you messing things up?
You know what? Yeah, that's a really good question.
It's really, but
because I haven't the faintest idea.
But this is, it was weird. It's just like everybody started using creative, quote unquote, instead of creator. So yeah, I don't know who did that, but stop it. But I do understand that words, the phraseology of words, the meanings of words do change over time. So I get it, but yeah. I still I prefer creator as opposed to creative. Maybe it's all you young kids out there.
Yeah, all you hip youngsters.
All you hipsters and your mobile phones and your interwebs.
Stop it. Us old people can't keep up.
Well, speak for yourself.
I will.
Anyway, it's like one of those things. It's just like that's
weird anymore.
I am wondering where all this stuff is going to go to in regards to like Hollywood and entertainment and a lot of the the younger generation consuming content. And again, I like the idea of creators having more control of their work and their careers and having as few gatekeepers stand in the way as possible, and having as few people in their way to get their work and art into the hands of their audience as possible. I am wondering, and I was thinking about this a while ago, and I'm thinking about it again now, is that I wonder if, because cable television is dying, right? And I heard that like Netflix and Amazon, they're buying up like all these podcasters and stuff. So I'm wondering if also TikTok is very popular. I'm wondering if the future of like video, movies, whatever, I wonder if the future is in short episodes of serialized content, if that's the way to go. Like, 1, 2, 3 minute episodes of something every couple of days or so. I wonder if that's where everything's going.
Yeah, I wonder, because I'm starting to think that going to the movie theater, like what everybody's been doing for obviously over 100 years at this point now. I'm starting to wonder if that's just done. If it's all going to be streaming to your living room now. If just that experience of going to the movie theater is just going to be done and over with, and everything's going to be at your fingertips basically at home. You know, if you want to go ahead and, you know, watch all this kind of stuff now, then it's basically, you know, pay the price of a ticket and enjoy a movie from the comfort of your own home instead of going to a movie theater. And I think that it kind of sucks. That sucks because, you know, yeah, I'm not going to say that, you know, I enjoy being in a room with, you know, 100 people. You know, some of them may smell or, you know, whatever, or the sticky floor that's, you know, that's sullied with the juices of, you know, popcorn and pop and, you know, who knows what else. But there's just something about it that's just, you know, fun to do. And it's not the same of just, you know, it's like basically now it's broken down to the point where you know, like in the 80s where you went to the video store to rent a video kind of thing, you know, to watch it, which was fine because, you know, it's like, hey, it's out on VHS now. We can go to Blockbuster, rent a movie, and, you know, watch it at home kind of thing, right? Even if you miss it in the movie theater. But it's just an experience. It's just, I don't know, taken away. And, you know, if you think about it, on one hand, it is kind of a win because, you know, let's face it, going to the movie theater, you're looking at spending over $100. You know, by the time you buy the tickets, you know, you get, you know, some pop, some popcorn. I don't know, maybe you want to get some jujubes or, you know, or some, you know, nacho cheese or, you know, whatever your fill is, you know, when you go watch a movie and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, I'll admit it, you know, taking the family out, you know, you're spending well over $50 for food alone. And you know, you're buying tickets, which is like, you know, well over $50. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's fun to do, to go out. But you take all those elements out, I can see how it can be extremely lucrative for people to look at and say, well, I don't have to spend like, you know, over $100 now to go to a movie theater. I can just watch it on my, you know, my 48-inch or 72-inch 4K TV and, you know, and turn off the lights and pop my own popcorn that I got at the store for like a fraction of the cost and, you know, and pick up a 2-liter bottle of pop and enjoy it from my home. So, you know, and I get that, but it's just missing out on that fun again, you know?
I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I think one is, like you mentioned, people actually have like home theaters in their homes now, right? You know, their large television set, the sound system, like everything else, and so they can have the similar experience. And like you said, it's cheaper, and they also don't have to worry about people talking in the theater. They could watch whatever they want when they want to watch it. I think there's that. I think a huge factor in regards to the falling sales of, you know, theater going has a lot to do with COVID and how they shut everything down to hurt small businesses. And I don't think people have come back to movie theaters.
No, because they don't want to. You know, they just don't want to. They've had enough. You know, I've had enough of watching crappy movies. I don't want to go to the movie theater anymore. I think personally, it was just engineered that way anyway.
I totally agree with you. Wear your mask, get your vaccines, shut up, and stay home and save someone's life.
Exactly.
Retard.
You don't want grandma or grandpa to die now, do you? Like, give me a break. Shut up.
Lying straight through their teeth to make you sick and stupid and controlled and then dead and replaced. That's the whole plan. I remember when the whole COVID stuff was going on, and sorry, I'm just doing stuff in Photoshop. Let me save this.
That's fine.
You know, and in the socialist state of New York, they had these big signs, you know, the electronic signs on the side of the road. You know, whether talking about like heavy traffic or some extreme weather that's forecast or whatever. But during COVID, they would have the sign say, stay home, save a life. And people were posting crap like that on Facebook. Stay home and save a life.
Oh, I
It's
know.
just like, just lying. They're lying to you knuckleheads. So there's that. Because what happened?
If you don't, you're Hitler.
Oh, I got crap because I was still teaching. Like, the last semester I taught at the college was, the spring of 2020. So I mean, I got crap for being on campus without wearing a mask. And I was pretty much, I don't care. And then another faculty member was saying like, you don't care about people's lives. And then I went because, they would have like a box full of the masks and hand lotion and sanitizer, like in the classrooms. And I remember I grabbed one of the boxes that was in the classroom, and on the box, it actually said that these masks do not stop the spread of viruses.
No, right.
Like, what's wrong with you people?
Okay. Well, first of all, because I want to get to this, because Cam, I so rarely get to see you. So first of all, he says, man, it's 5 degrees Fahrenheit here, B minus 20 Fahrenheit tonight. Damn, dude, this is the first time I miss being in San Antonio or Phoenix. Where are you? Because it almost sounds like you're in Alaska. Like, damn, dude, I'm like in Alberta, and it's not even that cold.
Oh, really?
So I'm just wondering, where in the fudge are you? Yeah. So, and he also says, thanks again, everyone. I'm taking myself out for a fine Italian meal and a glass of Chianti. Hookers, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. How old are you? Where are you? I have no idea, because if it's that cold, do you really want to go out even for an Italian meal? But it's a fine Italian meal, so I can see why.
And stay away from hookers.
And a glass of Chianti. That's right, yeah. You don't want to catch anything. I know a Robin Tuck is, is tempting, but yeah, it costs extra money. You don't want to do that.
I have no idea what Mike.
Exactly, and we'll just keep it that way. And Vince Womack says, "LOL, reminded me of Bedazzled when Brendan Fraser was the basketball player." Oh, yeah. That was a funny movie. Yeah, the made up words and stuff like that. And so, damn, I can't stop thinking about of Liz Hurley in that red tie dress or the bikini. Yeah, and hard to believe she's like, what, 60
She's like
now?
a grandmother, isn't
It's
she?
kind of crazy. Yeah, I think so. I mean, don't get me wrong, she still looks good, but, like, she's a little bit loony. I'm sorry. So, I'm not going to explain why, but just trust me on this. And Cam, just joking. I do have to go to dinner. Have fun. Hey, no problem, dude. It's all good. Where are you? That's what I want to know, because like you said, it's minus forbidden territory. Let's put it that way. But no, you have a happy birthday, man. Honestly. And come on back, and please leave a like and share the channel around, because I'd really appreciate it. To make this grow and have fun here. And Vince, theaters here have been too expensive for a long time. I agree. Even before the woke garbage hit the screens, now it's totally not worth it. Exactly. It's not. It really, really isn't. And he goes, okay, nice job with the voice, Mike. I'm in the Green Mountains, USA. I'm over half a century and climbing. Thanks for shutting off the kettle. Oh, that's funny. Dude, no, that's okay. You know what, man? Happy birthday. My birthday is this month too. And yes, I am over a half a century as well. So we're in the same boat, bro. And as for the Green Mountains, I haven't the faintest idea where the Green
I have
Mountains
no
are.
idea.
I'm guessing the Appalachians, maybe.
You
I
know
don't
what?
know.
It sounds like Middle Earth.
It does
The
kind
Green
of.
Mountains.
Oi, and then I went to the Green Mountains,
Next-
and I found more hobbits, and we went
By
exploring.
Mordor and the Iron Hills.
Yeah, right. We were looking for trolls to defeat them, and yeah, Green Mountains. I have no idea where that is, but it sounds great. So, it sounds like you have an awesome view by the sounds of it, just by the name alone. And he goes, "I'm subbed. Always drop a like. I'm not as sure in real life, but I'm working on it." That's okay, dude. It's all good. Oh, really? And John, my Fez bro, I'm 61 on Thursday.
birthday.
Wow. Happy birthday to you too, dude. As for me, the 25th is my day. Wow, it seems like everybody has a birthday today. Or not today, but this month. Oh, I'm 5 minutes from Quebec and from Montreal. Okay, so you got to be in New York State as well, I'm guessing. Because if you're 90 from Montreal, okay, and 5 minutes from Quebec, I'm sorry. I'm not responsible for anything that happens in Quebec, and I'm sorry you have to put up with them. So, however, you probably get a mean plate of poutine. So, but you have to put up with all the annoying French people in Quebec. So,
Quebec.
yeah.
I had to.
Oh, Vermont.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so
Almost as bad as Quebec.
Okay. Yeah, almost.
Very
Almost.
liberal.
But at least you got Montpelier. Pelaire? Is it Montpelier?
Oh yeah. You know whose hometown that was? Frank
Whose?
Miller. Who?
Really?
Yeah, Mount Pierre.
Really?
Yeah. Who did you?
That's a
see?
nice place, though.
I don't know.
Montpelier?
Yeah.
I thought it was Polaire. Yeah.
Unless well, even Frank Miller messed it up. But who did you say that was
okay.
from there?
I didn't say anybody.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank Miller. He said that's where he grew up, and then I guess when he was 19, then he went to New York to start working at comics, and he said it in a couple of interviews, but also when he actually visited the School of Visual Arts a few years ago during Will Eisner week, he did a Q&A at the college, and I went to that, and yeah, he was talking that's where he's from.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
I guess.
And Vince, Pope Metallicus has his birthday this month too. He has a birthday stream on the 10th. Nice. I did his avatar, Vincent. I don't know if have I actually showed that? Wait a minute. You know what? This is what I'm going to do. Because it was a little over a year ago. I did. Hold on a second here. Cancel that. I'm gonna find that because I did an avatar for Pope Metallicus. Who's back? I love that name. It's a funny name. Let me see if I can try to find it for you because I put it in my drop off comics folder. Hold on here. There's Canadian Spider-Man. There we go. Pope Metallicus. Here we go. This is the avatar I did for Pope Metallicus, the first. Let's bring it up here. Yeah, that's what I did for him. Hold on here. Let me see if it shows up on the YouTubes. Quite well. Yeah, there you are. There you go. Come on, where is it? Yep, for Pope Metallicus. Oh, you know his avatar? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I did for him. So, and he loves it.
That's a cool face.
That is a pretty cool face. That's a rocker face, man.
Nicely done.
Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, okay. So Cam, happy birthday, John, my Fez bro. Happy birthday to you too. Who else? Who else is there? Vince, you know what? I'm gonna have to ask if you have a birthday this month too. So I'm gonna have to drop a line to Pope Metallicus and say happy birthday to him too, man. Yeah. As for me, mine's on the 25th, so it's fun. I don't know what I'm gonna do on my birthday. Probably nothing. After a while, it just seems like another day anyway. So, let me see here. So, seeing how I gotta get this done. I gotta get these zipitoons finished on this page because I kind of want to get this done. I've been lagging on this. Anyway, and I like the fact that I can do this to a certain degree. What was I going to ask? There was something else I was going to ask. When it comes to, you like color or black and white?
As a reader,
Yeah.
I like black and white. Yeah, some of my favorite comics were in black and white. You know, one of my favorite series is Cerebus, a black and white book. Yes, Strangers in Paradise was another. Bone, when Bone started, huge fan of that stuff. I like black and white. I think a lot of it has to do with me wanting to be an inker and liking line art, and the black and white books don't have all that pesky color getting in the way. So, yeah. Also, as a creator, not a creative, as a creator, again, my favorite part of graphic novel or comic book making is the inking stage. And also, as a self-publisher, yeah, it's a lot cheaper to print a black and white book with gray tones as opposed to printing a color book. And I think a lot of days in the work made for hire comic book industry, the colorists, I think they overwhelm the artwork with a lot of fancy, really detailed coloring, which isn't always necessary.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta agree with you on that. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes color is a bit too much. Depending on the story, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I've just gotten used to black and white for some reason. I know that sounds kind of
well. You also
odd.
like manga, which has a lot to do with that too. So
true.
I like two color. I mean, my icon here has me holding a color print of some of my work. I do like color. I think there have been some exceptions in regards to some fine colorists. Lynn Varley, I think, was a great colorist. You know, working with Frank Miller on like Dark Knight Returns and 300. The gal, I think it was David Mazzucchelli's wife, who colored Batman Year One. I think she did a really great job on that. But I think nowadays, because of Photoshop coloring, which is wonderful, by the way, I think they just go.
Right.
It's too heavy-handed sometimes.
Yeah, no, I can understand that.
But that's just my opinion. But I mean, as far as like a lot of my friends that read comics that are probably the same age as me, like either friends that were growing up with or guys that I went to college with, yeah, not many of them really got into black and white comics. I mean, I did. But yeah.
Yeah, I thought at first it was pretty different. I couldn't understand why, like, especially when it came to to manga. I thought it was just really unusual because I thought, why isn't this in color? How come did they not? No, I really, at first, because I had no idea that
I don't
that
know.
Japanese manga, for example, was just black and white, and I kind of thought it's like, couldn't they afford color? Or is it really expensive? Because I absolutely when it came to the printing of it all. And I thought, is it really expensive to print in color, or was the publisher just, is it like a poor, company that can't afford to print in color? Stuff like that. It kind of goes through your head, like the whys and stuff like that, and so, but only to learn like later on, it's just the way it's done because they can what was it again, that you can do a little bit more with tones than you can with color when it comes to like certain scenes and stuff like that. It's kind of like you can make black and white and the tones of gray, stuff like that, speak volumes where color really can't do the same thing. And a, and I know I'm kind of butchering it as I explain it, but it kind of in a way makes sense. I think I explained it to, oh God, I explained it better to the one guy that is putting out that put out that cartoon, Final Space. I'm trying to remember what his name was, but I explained it a little bit better actually to him because he he was wondering what the appeal was for black and white as opposed to color. And oddly enough, I managed to kind of explain it to him, and he replied back, "It's like, you know what? I never saw it that way." And I'm like, "Wow, I actually impressed a guy that actually had a pretty successful animated show. I didn't think I could do that." So, um, yeah, no, it's just certain aspects I find, but I didn't realize at the time.
I
So,
think that
uh,
what you're just saying had probably a lot more importance with comics that were being produced probably in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where the coloring
mhm.
process for North American comics was really quite poor. So I think that black and white alternative back then um, was much better. Um, it's weird because I think for fans of manga, the lack of color is not even an issue, um, and I think that goes probably
No, it's
for
not.
Japanese readers and Western readers. I don't think it's a big deal for them at all.
No, I don't think it is. The only thing that kind of confused me at the time, um, when I first discovered this medium, it's like, how do you know what hair they have? I mean, like it's just white. How do you know if it's like not if it's like a redhead, or if it's or if it's something else, right? And the only thing you had to go by was kind of like the cover, which obviously would be in color. So you
Right.
know, but it's like you kind of wanted to imagine the world a little bit more with color. But after a while, it's like it didn't even really matter because your mind, and that's just kind of the fun thing about it, is like your mind ends up filling it in anyway. You know, like subconscious, uh, which is great, which is fantastic. It I suppose it speaks a little bit more about the whole thing and how your brain kind of actually is kind of amazing that way. That it fills
Well,
it in.
sure. So, yeah, like I said, for decades, North American comics were so poorly colored, and on really cheap newsprint, which was terrible. Well, I've never heard anyone, in the States, complain about the lack of color for comic strips. Like, no one's ever complained about that. So, what's the difference between the lack of color in comic strips, and a comic book?
Right? How come it's okay for one medium but not the other? Well, I shouldn't probably shouldn't explain it that way, but you get the gist of what I'm saying.
I totally get what you're saying, but then you look at European comics where for like decades those books were printed on great and better and wonderful paper with a lot better coloring processes for comics in Europe. You had what became Heavy Metal magazine, which was just reproducing European comics in the States, and that stuff was beautifully colored and printed. But for decades, in North America, people looked at comic books as just entertainment for dumb children or retards, and had some really wonderful comic book creators change things and point things out and saying, yeah, it's not just for dumb young readers and retards. It could be potentially something wonderful, because people in Europe, people in Japan did look at comics as something that is art and literature.
Yes, it is, because I think it boils down to this, especially for Europe, where the entire culture for hundreds and hundreds of years has all about all art and cultures. I'd like, especially in France, where it is all about the art and that they do. I mean, that's why. What was it? That's why one European had said something. Said something about. He was commenting about art, and he commented about. What was it? The subject of nudity in art was brought up, right? And something very interesting, and I've always kind of remembered it. He said, you North Americans have such a hang up on nudity, because you've turned it pornographic, but in Europe been considered art and done in an artistic style, and we never lost this. And I'm like, that makes complete sense. He said, because we're born nude, and some of us will probably die nude. And it's always been, for artistic purposes, when anything is done in the nude, because we have a history of artwork that promotes the beauty of the human figure, right? Done in a smutty way. It eventually has become in the North American market because of, publications like Penthouse, Playboy, and, and you look at porn that's online and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that makes sense, right? So, Vince Womack, I think you have to be extra talented to do black and white properly.
I agree.
I don't know. I think so. I do too. I think he's totally white. Right.
White?
Because it's not easy. White. Yeah, totally white. Thank God, I can't believe I said that. It came out. You know what, dude? I am missing a tooth in the front, And and I tend to like slur words every once in a while, sort of kind of oddly. So I meant to say right, but for some odd reason, because like it came out white. Yes. Yeah, my God. Yes, I am a closet racist, and only white people can do black and white.
So it has nothing to do with you drinking at noon.
No, absolutely has nothing to do with me
No,
drinking at noon. No, except for coffee. So unless I had a little bit of coffee brandy in it,
that could be a problem. No, I just thought it was funny. You didn't have to explain yourself. I don't think you're a racist, Michael.
Anyway, oh God, that's funny. I I don't know about extra talented. Maybe I don't that way. I just the way I look at it is this. Okay, well, first of all, Vincent, I'll back to this question. I'll explain something what goes in through my brain, right? Or or what I like to call a brain. First of all, Fez says, yeah, black and white is kind of nostalgic for a lot of us who started drawing dinosaurs and such in first grade with a pencil on off-white paper. Oh, yeah, I remember the off-white paper. I remember that completely. Yeah. And that's kind of neat how you kind of say that. Yeah, it's kind of like nostalgic in a way. I like that. I like that. Cam says the use of black and white is its own aesthetic, lending a gravitas that color may not. Exactly. Precisely. Also a monetary consideration where that isn't a consideration. You have a Godzilla -1, for example, better color or black and white. Exactly. I mean, you know what? Yeah, I like this. I like this comment, Cam. It's you can watch Godzilla -1. Like, I mean, when it came out a couple years ago, my wife and I went to the movie theater because it's like, I know you want to watch this, and I'm like, well, yeah, I do, I really do. Godzilla in the North American market. When am I ever going to have the chance to do that again? Besides a North American production, this is from like Japan, man. And it was great. We watched it in color, right? And fantastic movie, awesome movie, and I can't wait for Godzilla -0 to come out now because that's continuation from it. And then Black and White came out like a month after that, and I didn't see it in movie theaters, the black and white version, but I saw it that it was on Netflix, and so I watched it, and it's pretty good, and it's a nice callback to the old black and white films. And I think, I don't know. It's something in the back of my head because I know it's a modern film, and how should I put it? It would have been nice if it had, like the old kind of film grain stuff kind of added in to give it like the old aesthetic, if you know what I mean, kind of like it was like, the film from 70 years ago kind of thing, kind of feel to it, probably that might have made it a little bit better. Either way, I like them, but yeah, there is a certain feel, certain aesthetics that you get from black and white than you can in color, certain moods and stuff. And either way, I like it. Let's see. Fez says God invented clothing so we could get some work done. Yes, true. True. Vince, I hope nude as in I died doing something with someone and not I died with my pants around my ankles. Yes. Right. I know what you mean. I understand what you mean. So, and I know brown is a color. It's a juxtaposition of the two as it's still noir. Yes. Yes. And it is very interesting. I'm like you, no Zilla allowed ever on my place. Yeah, precisely. No, but anyway, yeah. So what I was going back to with what you were saying, Vince, about being extra talented. What goes on in my head when I'm doing this in black and white. I suppose, like for example, that I could. Let me see if I can find another example. What goes on in my head is let me bring up two, because I'm gonna do the new page one, and then I'm gonna bring up the old page one, and maybe I can try to explain it this way, like the only way I know how, because this is kind of like the way I understand it, or the way at least my brain understands it, is like this, and hopefully this doesn't take long to load up, because it'll be really annoying. He said as he sips on a cup of coffee. Waiting for page one to load up.
Can I make a comment on that real quick?
Go for it.
I wonder if the comment had something to do with that, perhaps without having the use of color, you have one less technique or tool to use to tell a story.
Probably. Yeah.
You were talking about mood, and mood certainly plays color certainly plays a role in establishing mood.
Right.
So I'm wondering if that could be it. I don't know.
That could be. I don't know. Okay, here's. I'm just gonna take a look. Yeah. Okay, so there's the new page one, and the way I see it is this. Because hopefully, waiting for the other old page one to load up, I'm hoping that it's not exactly creating a kind of a unfortunate lag kind of thing. This is the way I see it this way. If I can use black and white as effectively as possible in the substitution of color, because it's not that I don't want to use color, because I do know, who was it? There was somebody a couple of weeks ago that, Atwood. I think it was Atwood on X. Atwood. He added a few little additional inks here and there, and this is kind of like something that he said he used to do, just playing around with inks and stuff like that. It was kind of cool, but here's the thing: what kind of goes on in my head with black and white. I mean, if this was colored, like everything would be colored properly. The costume, or the clothes. The ground, the sky, the nighttime sky, yada yada yada, this and that and everything, right? And if I can substitute the mood that you're supposed to feel with gray tones, essentially. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna save on money by not having it printed all in color. But I feel that a part of me in my head, this helps set a more darker tone or darker atmosphere than it should be. Yeah, this is like the old page one that I'm probably probably going to use a little bit down the road on this one. I really got to stop and procrastinate. But it's like, I would find this pretty difficult to do in color. And I think it's just the black and white that just sets it more apart, mood-wise. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not explaining myself as well as I should. Sometimes I have a hard time doing that. But
well, I think, you know, one point you're making is that, yes, even using gray tones can establish a certain mood. That's absolutely true. Color could be a same tool to use to establish mood as well. You know, if you read if you read The Dark Knight Returns and you compare it to like a regular Archie Comics comic book, they are colored very differently. Archie comic books, you know, when they were made for children, use nice bright colors because children like nice bright colors. Using nice bright colors creates a different mood than you know, a happy mood. You know, very warm colors. Very different from, like I mentioned, The Dark Knight Returns, where, you know, it's like a lot of gray tone, well, not gray tones, but a lot of grays. You know, dulled down colors. Except for Robin. I think we talked about this once before because Robin's a young, spunky, you know,
probably
new superhero. So she's jumping around and she's got the red and yellow and, you know, green outfit. And that sort of matches her personality. And I think I also mentioned too, you know, because I was, you know, I reread The Dark Knight Returns frequently. And I looked at, you know, that book and I noticed how Lynn Varley, many of the scenes with Commissioner Gordon, like all she uses is like gray tones, like kind of gray tones, like very light muted colors for James Gordon and stuff, just to set the mood. So yeah, all that stuff has an effect on, you know, the kind of story you tell and what the ideas and mood that you want to convey to your reader, as well as your ink line. You know, because if you use very sort of pen sharp lines, that would create a mood as well. So.
Yep.
So
couldn't put it better myself.
I also want to tackle the whole nudity thing, if that's okay.
Right. No, go for it.
I have
this
mixed
is
feelings.
what we talk about.
All right, I have mixed feelings about this, and there's probably a lot I have to say about this. One thing that I was reminded of, because you mentioned France. So I have some like a kind of a family member. And like every 6 months, he likes to go to Europe.
Right.
Very foo-foo kind of weird stuff. Spain, Iceland, Paris. Likes to go to Paris. I like art, but he has gone to, I guess there's a park in Paris where everyone's nude and they walk around nude in the park.
Really?
Yes. I find that a little unnecessary.
Yeah.
When I was in college, you know, I had a painting class and a drawing class where the models were nude. You know, I understand the idea of looking at the figure as something that could be artistic. I think Michelangelo's David sculpture, you know, the character is nude.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between something like that, which would be considered art, and this is just my opinion, and something, and you mentioned Playboy or Penthouse, which I think are different. I think that nudity in itself is not necessarily, you know, when it's used in entertainment, is not necessarily smut. But I think we can agree that Michelangelo's David is probably art, but then like your average, I don't even know if they publish Playboy or Penthouse anymore, but that's different. I would consider that smut.
Right.
I think, I wonder, for me, it's the motivation behind it, right? So I think, you know, something like Playboy or Penthouse, or even, and you mentioned this, we talked about this before a little bit, Eric Larson's Savage Dragon, which I think is smut. If the point is to solicit a sort of, how can I say this, lustfulness, I think that's smut.
Totally.
Right. So that's where I see the difference between using nudity in entertainment or art and how it's different from one another.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to point out as well is, like, with that said, yeah, my work is, it's I guess PG-13. I have no interest in drawing naked people. Again, as far as art is concerned, it doesn't really offend me if it's art. I think sometimes, people might say it's art, but in reality, I think they might have a nefarious uh, purpose or liking to it, which isn't art related. There are some painters I like. Patrick
Yeah.
Nagel is one of them. He was a very famous, figure drawing, women drawing painter in the 1980s. And I think I mentioned this before. And if you ever saw Patrick Nagel's work, you would recognize it. Very popular in the 1980s. I think Mike pointed out how you would see Patrick Nagel's artwork in, like, yeah. So he would have models,
Yes.
like he would have nude models, take a photo of them, and then paint on acrylic paints of the nude models. And when I look at that, with the exception of the work he actually did for Playboy, I look at his paintings, other than the Playboy stuff, as art. Because I don't think his regular paintings solicit or has the intention to solicit a lustfulness. So that's why I would consider that art. I had an argument with a pastor several years ago about this topic. He would say that any depiction of nudity is pornography. I disagree with him because, again,
No, it's not.
right. So we are like-minded. So, when I went to art school and we were painting nudes and drawing nudes in the drawing class, I did not look at that as an intention to create pornography. When I was teaching college, like my class did not have nude models in my cartooning class or my history of art class or design 2 class, but they had a figure drawing class and they had nude models in the figure drawing class. And yeah, I never looked at that as smut unto itself. I think, like, some of the books, like Andrew Loomis, I mentioned him a lot, and his drawing books, like he has nude models, just show young artists how to draw the figure. I do not look at that as smut. So I think the intention behind it determines whether it's smut or not. I think Savage Dragon is smut. I think comics are better than that. Also, there are smut comics, like like Robert Crumb.
Oh God, yes.
You look at Robert Crumb. I have never been a fan of Robert Crumb's work. I was never a fan of the Underground guys comic book. I think the focus on actual fornication and drug use does not appeal to me. And I think the intention behind those creators, especially Robert Crumb, was to create pornography. And I think we're better than that. It's not my thing.
No, totally. Vince says, yeah, it depends on the property. The art is slightly different if it's meant to be black or white and or in color. Was just going to ask what you think of black and white as with a single other color for accentuating certain aspects. Green eyes, red lips, or the sorts. Think Sin City.
That Yellow Bastard, I think it was one. There was another story that Frank Miller had done in Sin City where he used the color red. What else comes to mind?
Yeah.
There was there's several Batman books. I don't know if the Batman books did this, but I know there was a Grendel book. It was black and white and red, and it was black and white and red. I don't know if there was something like that for the Batman books. Like maybe the Batman books were just black and white, but maybe there was some black and white and red Batman books. I could be wrong about that. Using single. See, that's the thing, though. Here's a couple examples. You ever watch Schindler's List?
Yes.
All right.
That's a prime good example.
The little girl with the red coat. There you go. So that is an example, although it's a different medium, but I think that's what the comment is alluding to, where you have a black and white medium using one color to point out something. So in Schindler's List, yes, you had the little girl with the little red coat. If that movie was in color, she would not stand out as much as I think the Spielberg wanted. there's that.
Yeah, because the girl in red meant to draw your attention because it's a key point. It's a key aspect of the movie that you have to pay attention to.
Right.
And yeah, because there's a very important reason for you to pay attention to this particular character, even though she really didn't have any lines whatsoever, or wasn't a major player in the movie or anything like that. You know, like had really nothing to do with the movie. And if you would have left her out, the movie would have been completely 100% a-okay. But it's supposed to drive a certain level of attention and emotion to a scene which can end up how should I put it, upholding or what's the word I'm looking for, it's supposed to
You need some help.
it can help promote the story even further.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So
is kind of what I'm trying to say.
well, red is a primary color. It's eye catching. It's certainly eye catching in the example that we're talking about in regards to Schindler's List. In the movie, you see the girl in the little red coat, I think at least twice. At the end, when you see,
Something like that,
either you see her body or you see the coat, you know, on a large, stacked bodies. It certainly solicits a certain emotion when you notice the little girl in the beginning and she's being, has the hand of her mom and they're going on a train. I can't remember what it was, or they're going to a concentration camp. And then at the end, you see the pile of dead bodies and a little red coat, and you know exactly what that means. So I think that's a good example of that. One similar example, talking about film, they sort of pointed out in the film is the Matrix movie where Keanu Reeves and Morpheus, they go into the Matrix program. And even though it's a color film, which is, it's kind of muted in some ways, but they had the one scene where like Keanu Reeves looks at the girl, the pretty girl with the red dress on. And they point that out actually in the movie.
Yes.
So color can be used to draw your attention to a character or object or whatever. Color does play a significant role in entertainment. And I'll go back to comics again, but in specifically comics, color is a very important tool to use when you are using it. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I don't think many people think about that. They certainly weren't thinking about that, North American comics in the 1950s and 60s, and probably 70s.
Yeah.
With a very limited color palette.
Let's see. Cam says, I try to go to Spain every year. I appreciate their art. I go to Run with the Bulls 21 times. Really? And go to the bullfights. I'm not there for nude beaches or smut. Wow. You do the Run with the Bulls thing? Oh my God, that's amazing.
That's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Waiting on Uber, decidedly not. Da Vinci didn't create smut. No, exactly. He didn't. He created some of the greatest art ever. 100%. I agree with you 1,000%. Let's see. Vince Smartoff. I was sick of the same thing. Easy competition for us in the States. Yep. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. No, exactly. It can, I think that, and depending on the story, color can add a lot to your story. And I think on the other hand, color can, and it should, yes. And I think in some aspects, I think color probably doesn't, I don't want to say takes away from it, but I think it can. I think in some cases, it's probably not depending on how
yeah. Well, I was gonna say, for decades,
yeah.
in the sort of work made for hire system, the factory system of creating comics at Marvel and DC and other publishers, where the labor is divided amongst different people, and I think back in those days or even today, somebody writing for Marvel or DC, I mean, I think the writer probably isn't thinking about color. The penciler probably is not thinking about color. I think the colors is just coloring, but when you have somebody like I mentioned, Lynn Varley and Frank Miller working on The Dark Knight Returns or Elektra Lives Again or 300, yeah, they're really thinking about color. Or even Ronin, although I wasn't a huge fan of Ronin, they clearly were thinking about color and the use of color and how to use color.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen often, though, amongst other people.
No, it doesn't. I still want to find Sin City at some point and check that out.
Yeah, I never got into Sin City. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of Frank Miller's work. I loved his Daredevil work when I was a kid. I mean, that's when, he introduced Elektra, and then whatever happened to Elektra, and it was shocking, and it was wonderful, and it was great. And, he went over and he was going to do Ronin, and he did Ronin, and DC gave him a great deal on doing a creator-owned work with really nice printing, and Lynn Varley was coloring it. And I didn't like Ronin. He was really influenced by Mobius, and I think the artist from Lone Wolf and Cub. I was not really into Ronin at all. It had the sci-fi stuff going on. He was drawing kind of like Mobius, and there's some futuristic stuff. And as a young reader, I couldn't really wrap my head around it. But then they went and they did Dark Knight Returns, and that just blew my mind. And I thought that was, really great stuff. So, but then after that, he did Sin City.
Yeah.
And, and Batman Year One was great. And Daredevil Born Again was great. The artwork by David Mazzucchelli, and that was fantastic stuff. But Sin City, I just couldn't get into it. I mean, some of it had to do with I'm like Frank Miller has always been a fan of crime stories, crime comics and crime novels, and that's what he wanted to do. Yeah, and when he did Daredevil like that, he put that stuff into Daredevil, and that was great. But yeah, I never got into the Sin City stuff. I didn't really care for the artwork too much either. But yeah, that's just me. But I know a lot of people liked it. So.
Yeah, because here's the thing, I have never Daredevil issues.
Oh,
I even to this day I still haven't. Because here's the thing. Because like I said, I'm gonna say at this point it's been like 30 years. Like when I mentioned, like my brother took my comics and sold them. That's when I didn't read comics for a very, very long time. And so I never got around to reading Frank Miller's Sin City or earlier when I was younger, and obviously reading Marvel at the time. I never read Daredevil. Maybe when John Romita for a while, in Daredevil, because I did like his art style. I very much enjoyed his art style. And when he started doing Daredevil, I did pay attention to it a little bit more, and I thought it was pretty good. But I mean, by that time, I mean, Frank Miller was long gone by the time he did his stint on Daredevil. And so I never had the chance to it, but obviously I've heard of it over the decades. Of Frank Miller's Daredevil. I'm gonna have to find those at some point. And same like Demon in a Bottle with in Iron Man. Of dealing with Tony's alcoholism. I've never gotten around to reading those either, and I heard it's a really, really, really good storyline. So there still is some things that I gotta catch up on.
Well, what about the Dark Knight Returns?
Before it's too late. Which one?
Dark Knight Returns, Frank Miller.
I remember. Yeah, I did ages ago, like forever ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought the artwork was quite different. And I did like the storyline, you know, old Bruce Wayne. And basically yeah, you know, like really old Bruce Wayne. The fact that he had a tank, I'm like, hey, this is kind of different too. But I mean, what is Batman need with a tank? I don't know, but he has one. That's kind of cool.
They sort of explained it.
And yeah, and then he had like there was a brand new Robin, and it was a girl and a redhead.
Yep.
And I thought, this is different. This is interesting, you know, because here's this young idealistic girl that still believes that, you know, Gotham can be saved, and somehow she manages to find Bruce Wayne and figure it all out, you know, that, hey, whoa, he was Batman, so, you know, and eventually gets Bruce Wayne off of his ass and having to deal with these, you know, cyberpunk weirdo guys, you know, that are taking over Gotham City. And it was good. It was really good.
Yeah, so they were the mutants, and I think Frank Miller was saying a lot
the mutants,
about that.
that's what it was.
Initially, well, there's two things. Frank Miller, when he was conceiving the Dark Knight Returns, one was he initially was not going to have a Robin in the book, and he was also not going to have Superman in the book. And those two characters play pivotal roles in the Dark Knight Returns. He was on an airplane with John Byrne. I guess they were going to a convention or coming from a convention, and John Byrne said that, you know, you should use Robin, but you should make her a girl, and that's kind of where that sort of came from.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah. Frank Miller said that several times in interviews. Yeah, 1986 was a very interesting year for comics. A lot of things changed for superhero comics. Again, I was in college. You know, The Dark Knight Returns comes out. Totally loved it. You know, you had Batman Year One, Daredevil, Born Again around the same time. Also in '86, you had Mouse came out. I didn't read that until years later. Watchmen also came out in 1986, which changed things, although I wasn't a huge fan of the comic at the time. Although, again, I love the movie. But yeah, 86 changed a lot. And the weird thing is that, you know, if you look at that stuff now and you've never read it at that time, it might seem not as important, because at that time, there was nothing else coming out like that. People did not treat superheroes like that up until that point. So you look at that now and you might say it seems kind of derivative, but those guys started that.
Yeah, no, I could agree. I should catch up on some Frank Miller.
Yeah, like in the early 2000s, Marvel collected a lot of like Frank Miller's Daredevil run in 3 different trade paperbacks, beautifully printed. Klaus Janson was the inker on those books, as well as mostly the inker on The Dark Knight Returns. Klaus Janson also did the colors for those comics, and, you know, in the trade paperback. Eventually, the way they worked was that Frank Miller would sketch out a page, like a page on an 8.5 by 11 piece of, you know, notebook paper, and he gave it to Klaus Janson, and he would just draw it and then color it. And yeah, it's beautifully done. You know, the stuff with Elektra, and then Elektra gets killed by Bullseye, and then she comes back. It's like, you didn't see that in comics, and it was great.
No. And Cam, hey, not a problem, dude. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it, man. And have fun on your night out with your Chianti and Italian meal.
Thank you.
So, and yeah, have fun and happy birthday. So,
whoa,
and can't wait to see you again. Oh, yes, Vince, you know what? I heard about this a long time ago. That Mouse was largely banned over here in Europe. I did hear about that.
What? Is that because of the Nazi reference, which was not supporting Nazism?
Yes.
So you can't even have a book saying Nazism is bad.
Well, it wasn't so much that. It was because I mean, yeah, it was because, of the Nazism, but it was because there, how should I put it? It's like what my mom always said, right? Germany still feels guilty about what happened during World War II, right?
Yep.
And I know that the politicians over there, they still play on that and try to still make the Germans feel bad about what happened, right? Which is very ludicrous, at this point to be, keep on doing that. It's like, my God, like, okay, you did some bad things. You said you were sorry, get over it. Okay. Time to get past this now. But because it affected, because obviously because World War II affected, a lot of Europe, and there are still some hard feelings, that, yeah, I can understand the reason why banned in Europe. Let's put it that way. My grandmother on my father's side, for the longest time, did not agree with my dad marrying my mother because I'm Austrian, my mom is German, and all because of the simple reason that my mom is German and not Austrian, and because there's a lot of, well, maybe not so much now, but we're talking like over the decades and whatnot, that yeah, that those feelings are, we're still hard to get through, get past. So, and in a way, I kind of understand why it'd be banned in Europe. So,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I
wouldn't name, yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I
No,
still don't get it. I understand what you're saying, but it's weird. But also, as far as your grandparents go or your parents go, Hitler was Austrian.
Yeah. Yes, he was. I mean, I don't think it's quite so much of a censorship thing. It's not really so much of a censorship thing, like because this book bad. I don't think it's so much that. I think it's more along the sense of, there's still a lot of hard feelings about what happened about World War II, and Europe is basically afraid of confronting and a lot of hurt that probably at the time might still be around the generation. Let's put it that way. I think that's probably more than likely what it is.
I see. That makes kind of sense.
And I get that. It does. Yeah. Because like I said, like my parents had to deal with this when we lived in a small town in New Brunswick, and there were still quite a lot of people that had a lot of animosity, so to speak, about German people. I mean, my God, I was asked, Mike, are your parents Nazis? And I swear to God, this was a thing. And when I got home, I asked my mom, and I asked her, and I know this sounds really weird, but I asked her, it's like, Mom, are we Nazis? And she was shocked. She's like, where did you hear that word? And I'm like, oh, well, one of my classmates asked me. So, and obviously you don't hear that word unless you hear it from, your parents, obviously. So, and that's kind of what the whole thing is. So,
well, I have a
shocking. No,
I have a couple of, because this might get into really interesting territory.
It is.
One is not every German that fought in the German army during World War II were members of the Nazi Party.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because
Another
my
thing-
mom's mom. Okay, go ahead.
No. Please go ahead. I'm more interested in hearing what you have to say.
Yeah, no, because my mom's mom hid. She spoke out against the Nazi Party, 100%. I mean, and she was full-blooded German, and she spoke out against the Nazi Party. She was against Hitler. She was against all that kind of stuff, and a German officer threatened her life. Said, you know, if you keep on talking like this, we're going to make you disappear. And my Oma, my grandmother on my mother's side, she goes, you go ahead and you try, and I will still speak out. And I guess that's kind of where we get that in our family history about, you know, speaking out about this kind of stuff. But you know, she would help the Jewish people, and she said, you know, what you're doing to the Jewish people, it's wrong, and it's immoral, and it's what would she say, anti-biblical, something like that. It's interesting. It's very interesting.
You said,
And
did you imply that your grandmother hid Jewish people from the Nazis?
yes. And yeah, no, I heard about that, Vince. Yeah, Mouse Band in Tennessee. Yeah, because of the Holocaust stuff.
I like
So-
Maus. Like, I'm not a big fan of Art Spiegelman, and I think I spoke to him once back in the mid or late 80s in Harvey Kurtzman's class. I don't recall exactly what I talked to him about. But I like Maus. The artwork's kind of crude, but, you know, I think it's important to use comics and graphic novels to tell important stories, and something like the Holocaust. Art Spiegelman writing about his dad's experience, and maybe his mom, in regards to being Holocaust survivors, I think is wonderful. I do find it's interesting because we're talking about Europe and their views on, you know, their anti-Nazi views on things. It's really interesting because you have Ukraine, where they actually do have Nazis in Ukraine, you know, fighting on their behalf.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I think Russia should just take Ukraine, but that's just my opinion. There also is a huge rise of anti-Semitism in, I'll say, definitely Europe, absolutely definitely in America and within the American church, and that troubles me a great deal. I think that's wrong.
Yes.
I don't like that at all. I mean, whatever your views are on Israel as a nation, being anti-Semitic is completely unnecessary. At the same time, you know, during the Biden years, you had college students on campuses supporting Hamas and Free Palestine, which doesn't exist, and, you know, Free Gaza and all this other crazy stuff. I mean, that is just evil. Because there's going to be a reckoning, and there's things are going to be settled, and you got to figure out, like, who do you stand with? You know, I'm not saying we should just all, like, I don't trust the Mossad, you know, but Islam is evil. So going around and hating Jewish people, I find that very concerning, especially those on the left. And they're usually crazy white people. So that's insane.
Yeah, usually, yeah. Crazy white people. Let me think here. Where did I put those pencils?
Also
Get those
crazy
pencils out of here.
white female liberals.
Yeah, it always seems to be them. Those people.
What are they going to do when the Muslims take over? Like, you know, it's like ICE is trying to deport illegal aliens out of Minnesota. Some are Somalis. You got to realize Somalia is a huge mess. You've always had a problem with Somalia, and they're all crazy Muslims. Like, what do you think the Muslims are going to do?
No.
To all you crazy, you know, Marxist, feminist, liberal, white, gay people, like Muslims for Palestine, you got to be crazy.
They're gonna definitely
They're going to be
learn
tossing
hard
you
way.
off the building.
Because Oh yeah, because what was it? My son a few days ago. No, sorry, it was like last week. He was showing me this video of this white liberal woman that decided to take it upon herself to educate uh, these Muslim men by making a video and pointing out how homophobic that they are and how they shouldn't do that and how it's not helping their cause whatsoever. And and I'm thinking, you absolute stupid twit. You do not know anything, do you? As I said, and Liam, sorry, my son said this, and he said, you know what, Dad? If she was around a Muslim man, she would get hit fast that it would make her head spin. Would make her head spin. And I said, not just hit. She would get a pummeling. I'm sorry to say that. And and I don't want to say anything about violence against women or anything like that. I don't. And I feel the repercussions that quite possibly could happen against this. You do it. This is going to end very badly for you if you don't shut your mouth. Unfortunately, sure. Because this is not good. This is not good. What happened here? I think I made a boo-boo.
There's a gal who I just became.
It's crazy.
There's a woman who I became very recently became aware of. Ayan Persai Ali. She is a former Muslim. She is now a Christian. She's gone on campuses and she's talking about the evils of Islam. And yeah, I shared a video where she's talking to some college kids on Facebook. Al Nickerson or Al.Nickerson.3. Very smart stuff because they're talking about because these young college kids are talking about like compromise and they're talking about like in America we had slaves and we hated women, and her point was that in regards to slavery in the United States, we settled that, right? We had a war and we ended slavery.
Yeah.
If you're pro women's lib, that was taken care of, right? So now women can do whatever they want. And the kid was comparing, he was saying like, well, how is Islamophobe worse than anti-Semitism? And her view was that, referring to Islam, that if I want to chop off your head because you don't want to convert to a religion that I'm trying to convert you to, where's the compromise in that? How can you compromise in something like that? And you really can't.
No, you can't. you just can't. It's not happening. It's not existent, dude.
Yeah, you got to understand the history of Islam. You have to understand the history of Muhammad, and you got to understand what Sharia law is all about. You're not going to have the freedoms you have under Sharia law. You're not going to have women's liberation under Sharia law. You're not going to have gay marriage under Sharia law. All the things that you love, you're going to lose that stuff.
Exactly. That's right. Exactly, Vince.
Yes.
Slavery
100%.
still goes on in Libya.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
100%.
And yeah, equal rights, equal lefts. Oh yeah. Oh boy. What was the other thing there too? Like apparently recently where it was okay, where slavery was okay all over again. I know it was in the Middle East. I think it was like
well, that hasn't.
Was it in Gaza again?
Some parts of the world, slavery does certainly exist. I mean, even
in particular, it was a Muslim country.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, you have no rights as a woman or a wife within Islam. Also look at, I don't know if
Yeah.
I can say this on YouTube or
No,
not, but
well, you can on this channel.
there's in regards to slavery, look at what's going on in regards to child trafficking, Europe, Middle East, even, you know, in America, what we do to children here. And Jeffrey Epstein, abortion, all that sort of stuff.
Oh yes, the Epstein files.
Well, the thing is like people are crazy. People are absolutely crazy. You gotta. I don't even want to really go into it, but you got to look at the people that support crazy stuff. The people that support abortion, that support gender confusion, that support homosexuality, that support gay marriage. Yeah, you know what? They also support grooming and grooming children and letting your young male child think he's a girl. That's all part of the grooming process. And they defend crazy stuff like this.
Yep. Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff.
It's insane.
But you know what? I mean, it was all anyway. All of it, you know. In the end of days, evil will be called good, and good will be called evil.
Good will become evil. Yeah, and, Isaiah. That's an Isaiah.
You know.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yep. So
Jeremiah,
you know
do not take your children.
all of this was supposed to happen.
It is, but
it doesn't. It's fine. Go ahead.
You're right. God knows the future. So see now. So we talked about comics. We talked about politics, and now we're gonna end up with religion, which is totally fine. Yes. So God, because of His foreknowledge, told us these things through the prophets. All you have to do is read the Old Testament, the New Testament, and find out what the world's going to be like. But that doesn't mean that this stuff is okay. And you aren't saying that, Mike. But yes, we are told these things are going to happen. As somebody who follows the God of the Bible, this stuff I do find very upsetting. It also strengthens my faith in what the Bible has told us. And there will be a reckoning.
Yep. You know what? Because every once in a while, I like to say this on this channel, and I think it's a perfect placement to say. Okay, so to anybody that happens to watch this on the rewind, I mean, let alone now, right? Because I know obviously there are people. Let me look. That are watching right now. 5 people watching on X. For some odd reason, I don't know why this is not being put on Rumble. A little bit of an issue, I think, going on right now. So if you happen to be on X, then welcome to the insanity of this show, where during this drawing stream, I'm prepping to make a comic for the Republic of Alberta's first comic, as I'm going to plug that right now. Because, you know, this is when we finally go independent. This is where it's going to happen. This is where it's going to happen, because in a brand new nation, a brand new country, there's going to be a lot of firsts, and so I'm aiming to make this Alberta's first, the Republic. Sorry, Alberta's first comic to come out of a brand new country, and so that being said. To all of you watching, check out the YouTube channel. Come on over. We'd be very pleasant to have you, because as you just seen, we new people show up. We've had more subscribers. Just happened, which is very, very awesome. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for subscribing. I think we're around 1,309, and I think at this point we're over 1,311. So we got a few more subscribers, which is awesome. So that being said, as I'm droning on and on and on like a madman, to any of you people that happen to come across this in the coming years, and if you made it this far, especially in years, congratulations for making it this far in a past video that's probably several years old at this point. But yeah, let's put it this way. There's going to come a individual. This is not really prophecy whatsoever. You can easily find this in the Bible. If it hasn't even been banned at this point in time in the future. But there's going to come a charismatic kind of guy. And he's more than likely going to come out of the middle. And I'm going to say probably like Iraq. Where ancient Babylonia used to be. And he's going to be very charismatic. And he's going to, he's going to tickle your ears, tickle your fancy. He's going to, like he has all the problems of the world figured out. And everybody's going to follow him like he's, like he's the be-all of, everything good and wholesome in the world. But I'm going to tell you this. Don't. It's a lie. If we have not learned anything from history, people that often come across that seem like they're the next big thing, usually are hiding something. Don't follow people like that, especially a person like this, because it's going to go south very quickly. And very horribly. And, yeah, don't. Make up your own mind. Search out things for it to be true. And you're going to find that this guy, he's a bit of a scammer. So, there you go. I've done my plug from the past to you guys in the future. Don't follow charismatic one world leaders.
All right, so I think
I've always wanted to do that.
So Mike and I agree on this. So I'm gonna point out some scripture that actually supports a lot of what you just said. So Revelation chapter 17 verses 10 and 11, the Apostle John writes that it's not a revived Roman Empire that will be the empire of the Antichrist. Daniel chapter 9, I think it's verse 27, when it talks about the sanctuary shall be destroyed by the people of the prince who is to come, referring to the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. The prince referring to the Antichrist. He's talked about some of the verses after that. The people that destroyed the temple in 70 AD, it was the 10th Legion. They were made up of Syrians, Turks, and Arabs. They were from Syria. That is the people in which the Antichrist is going to come from. The people, Daniel says people. Micah chapter 5 talks about the Antichrist. He's referred to as the Assyrian. Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39 talks about this army that's attacking Israel, invades Israel, starts attacking Jerusalem. God returns, the second coming of the Messiah. He comes for a reason. Specifically, he's coming to stop the armies of the Antichrist. The nations that are listed there that make up the armies of the Antichrist are all modern-day Muslim nations. Isaiah chapter 63, Isaiah sees he's a prophet. He sees the future. He sees a man coming towards him who's covered in red. His garments are all red. Isaiah asks the man who he is, and the man says that he is he who speaks truth and righteousness. There's only one who speaks truth and righteousness. That is the Messiah, Christ Jesus, God in the flesh. The Jesus there says that he's coming from the land of Edom, and he's putting his enemies through a wine press, and that is why his garments are covered in red by the blood of his enemies. Edom is modern day Jordan. It was the land of the Edomites. Edom is another name for Esau. In Malachi chapter 1, we're told that, and quoting God, that Esau I loved, but No, I'm sorry. Jacob I loved, but Esau I hated.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I fumbled that up big time.
No, that's fine.
Jacob
That's
I
fine,
loved,
that's fine.
Esau I hated. Another name for Esau is Edom. His descendants were the Edomites. They migrated to the area of what is now the nation of Jordan. That is Edom. The people in Gaza now are, migrants from Jordan, and they're Arabs, so they're actually Arabs and Edomites, descendants of Esau. Zephaniah chapter 2 talks about Gaza actually in the future, and Zephaniah writes that Gaza will be deserted. Everything points to the Middle East, like all this end time stuff. Egypt is mentioned, Libya, Persia, which is modern day Iran. We also know that Damascus will be destroyed. That's in the Old Testament. We know that God will also fight those in Elam. Elam is the area of the southern western part of Iran. So, the Muslims believe this. So the Muslims believe in the character called the Mahdi. This is in the Hadiths. It's their prophecy. Satan, who is the devil, knows the Bible very well. He created this evil religion, Islam. He knows that the Antichrist is coming. The Muslims, they call him the Mahdi. And the Mahdi, according to Islamic eschatology, will come into the world, and he will attack Israel, and he will attack Jerusalem, and he will make the whole world an Islamic caliphate, an Islamic state. He will also return with a fellow by the name of Asa, or Asa. Asa is the version of the Islamic Jesus. If you read the Quran says that Jesus, Asa, was not God in the flesh. He is not the Son of God. Allah never had a son. And it's the Christians that have warped the teachings of Asa or Jesus. They also don't believe that Jesus was crucified. So yes, when this Mahdi shows up, this Antichrist, like Mike said, he's going to be a nice guy. He's going to say, no one, who in the West thinks rarely that Islam is a religion of hate. Like everyone says Islam is a religion of peace. You start criticizing Islam and you're an Islamophobe. They hate the God of the Bible. They hate Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
So when this Jesus shows up, the false prophet, Revelation chapter 13, they're gonna like that Jesus. So all the Gentiles, they're gonna like this Jesus because it's gonna be a nice Jesus, a Jesus that's not gonna condemn you, who is not the Son of God, who is not the God in the flesh. Because that's why they don't like the God of the Bible. Because Christ Jesus is clearly the one who's going to bring judgment upon people. And who wants that? I mean, I do, but most people don't want that. They don't want to think they're terrible people. They don't want to be judged by God. They want to live in their sin because their sin makes them happy and it makes them feel good. So they don't want to be judged for like breaking the law. So yeah, they're going to like this Jesus because he's not going to say anything bad about it. Yes.
You know what? Exactly, Vincent. Exactly.
I was watching
the exact theme of Doom.
I actually had to research this. I didn't read Dune. I had some friends that really loved the book back in the 1980s. We saw the first Dune movie back then. It was just terrible. I never really got into Dune, but I did watch the first remake, and Vincent's correct. Like, I'm watching this movie, and I'm like, this sounds weird. Because that character, Paul, he starts out good, and he's supposed to be a villain. In the book, he's a villain. So I'm watching the first movie that's the remake, and at the end, they start using Arabic phraseology. They actually mention the Mahdi, and he's supposed to be the Mahdi. And I'm thinking, like,
exactly, none
of that's good. None of that is good at all. Also, I want to point out because the Bible and
go ahead.
Yeah. No, this last thing, in regards to pointing to Islam, in regards to playing this huge role in Christian eschatology in the Bible, Revelation chapter 19 talks about a literal reign of Christ on the earth for 1,000 years, the 1,000-year millennia. Wow. And there are some Christians that are serving with Christ, and these are the Christians who died during the Great Tribulation, and they were martyred by the Antichrist because they would not take the name and the number of the beast, and they were martyred by getting their heads chopped off. So who does that?
Yeah.
It all points to Islam.
Well,
Mike is right.
exactly.
There's a couple books you should read. Islam Reviewed by M. Ali, who used to be also a former Muslim who became a Christian, and also God's War on Terror by Wally Chubat and Joel Richardson, I think his name is. Great books. It's common, and it all makes sense.
Now, oh, it is. It is. Now, that being said, I want to add a little bit of a disclaimer, okay? Because if somebody comes along and say, "Oh my God, you're just promoting Islamophobia," I don't want anybody to hate anyone that even remotely believes in Islam. Okay, that doesn't mean it gives you a license to hate these people. No, you're not supposed to. You know, we should be like praying for them that they get out of this. And you know what? Here's the thing, because there are reports of people getting out of Islam and becoming Christians. So, I mean, whether or not this actually happens to be true or not, you know, it remains to be seen. And you know what? It doesn't really matter anyway in the grand scheme of things to me, because, you know, if they are, they are. If they're not, whatever. Okay, then somebody's making up a story and they're going to be dealt with, and, you know, and in God's own fashion kind of thing for making up stuff like that. But, you know, it kind of seems odd that, you know, why would you make up a story about that in the first place? But it doesn't mean that you should have some sort of disdain for these people. In fact, you know, in a weird kind of way, you just have pity because they're being deceived into believing this outrageous lie that, you know what, because in their Quran, it's like, you know, hey, it's okay to, you know, beat up and kill these kind of people, especially the Jews and Christians and whatnot, because Allah said so. It's like, well, if that's what you really think, then maybe you should take a look at yourself and take a look at what you're following. Because Christianity doesn't go and say, hey, you know what? If these guys don't believe in me, then, you know, hey, chop their head off. It's okay. I said so. Because if you're following a God like that, even though there's only one, it's a pretty cruel creator. So, you know, and if you're saying stuff like, well, you know, like, again, like what my son pointed out a few days ago, which I thought it's pretty sad, but I was going to say, but I mean, but what was it? He said something that, oh yeah, Allah created women and they're not human, but he made them look human to appeal to men. And it's like, what? Like, kind of does that kind of thing. That's like, really, it's just not right. It's just not. Stop it. You're not supposed to be believing this crap. That's why God gave women equally. You know, one for another kind of thing. So stop it. Just stop it. All of you people believing. Can't we all just
So Muhammad said when you
get along?
No, we can't. Muhammad said when you meet the infidel, kill the infidel. That seems pretty clear to me. Islam is on the rise. I do hear Christians say that they're. What's that?
No. Yeah. No, go ahead. I'm good.
Oh, no, I didn't get what you said. I do hear from Christians that there are a lot of Muslim converts in the Middle East converting to Christianity. I think that would be wonderful. And I hope that's true.
Mm-hmm.
But in regards to Europe, my opinion is you can kiss Europe goodbye. And Vincent might understand what I'm saying. Yeah, you're all Muslim. Like, you kiss your people goodbye, kiss your culture goodbye. I don't think there's any hope for Europe. I don't want to sound like a a black pill kind of guy, but
Mhm.
oh, that's interesting.
Some say I'm a bad man because I believe in one less God than you do.
I understand what you're saying. Well, look at what's going on in
No!
the world, and
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
consider some of the stuff I'm saying. In the United States, and I think Canada's having the same problem, but I think you can kiss Michigan goodbye. I think Minnesota's
Oh God, yeah.
falling apart. Yeah, Vincent, you're right. I absolutely totally agree with you.
Yep. And it's sad. It really is sad. Because I've when I was very young, I'd been to Germany. When back in 1980, and I visited my aunts and uncles and cousins and relatives on my mom's side. And Germany was just a beautiful place and full of rich history and everything. And to see pictures of it now, and I mean, I still keep in contact with at least two of my cousins over in Germany. And on occasion I just hear, just bad crap going on there all the time. And John, Fez forever, my Fez bro, says, comic, the eternal question of modern times. Why do bad things happen to good people? Answer, look around. Does this look like heaven to you? Because it ain't heaven here. No, it ain't.
You're right.
No, it ain't.
Also, none of
And
us
you know
are
what?
good.
No,
we all fall.
exactly.
We all fall short of God's glory. If you think you're a good person, look at the Ten Commandments, the moral law, and see if you've broken any of those, any of God's laws. We also live in a sinful, broken world, and bad things happen. Jesus said, talking to his disciples, if the world hates you, remember it hated me first. Jesus said, if you love me, you'll follow my commandments. Jesus said, if you want to follow me, pick up your cross daily and follow me. And the disciples knew what that meant. That wasn't a good day. Pick up your cross and follow. Yeah,
exactly. You know what? Here's the thing. I'm gonna try to answer that question as simply as possible. The way I see it is this: we're so quick to point the finger at, when it talks about, well, if God really existed, then why do bad things happen to good people, and why do bad people get why do good things happen to a lot of bad people? Well, first of all, bad people lie and cheat to get everything that they want, and it affects good people. But here's the other kicker. It's like, biblically speaking, we had an ultimatum. Don't touch the fruit from the tree of knowledge, the tree of life and death, because bad. And if you do, you're going to die, right? But here's the thing. Die how? Die physically? Yeah, there's one aspect to it. But die in the sense of, you're going to, because you got to remember this. Adam and Eve were created before sin entered the world, okay? And God created them to be friends with him, okay? Angels are the servants. God created basically a friend. Adam and Eve. Well, I mean, Eve came after, but you know what I'm saying, right? Now, if you're a friend to somebody, like, let's say, for example, I'm friends with Al, okay? And I'm sure Al doesn't look at me as some sort of lesser being, and I certainly don't look at Al in that aspect as well. Same like I don't look at any of you guys that are in the chat, whether you're on X, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Rumble, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about your skin color. I don't think of any of you as higher or lesser than I am whatsoever. Okay? I just look at all of you as just human beings. Sure, I poke fun at, certain ethnicities, just like they poke fun at us. But you know what? It's just sometimes it's just kind of fun to make fun of the oddities and all the cultures of the world that we have. Okay, but it's like I don't think of any of you less than me. Okay, but so in that aspect, and I'm not saying Adam and Eve were gods. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm just saying that essentially, friendship wise, you're kind of like on the same level playing field, so to speak, right? These people were not gods whatsoever. Okay, so aside from that part, okay, it's like you're my friend, I'm your friend, you're my friend, blah. So so when sin entered the world, when they didn't listen, unfortunately, they died in that way. There's a certain type of death, and I'm not going to say a death of friendship, but a death of how best to word it properly. They were knocked down a couple of pegs. Let's put it this way. There's a separation that took place. It's like, it's like say you got a friend that has an alcoholism problem or something like that, and they're going through a rough time. You're still their friend, but because you don't have the same problem as them, they're struggling. There's a separation that way. Maybe I'm not explaining this the best that I could, but I'm trying. But the thing is, there's a rift, especially when people don't listen, or say your best friend doesn't listen. It's like, look, I try to help you out the best that I can. I'm sorry, but if you're not listening to me because I want you to be better, I'm gonna have to let you go your way, but I'm still gonna be over here, and if you need help, I'll still help you out. Yeah, God friend zoned Adam and Eve. It's sort of kind of like that in a way, but he created a way out of it. But unfortunately, we have to deal with the problem that we caused, as I'm speaking as a whole in humanity, that we caused. We caused the problem in the first place. This is why bad things happen, especially to good people. And this is why evil people rule the world. It's because we allowed all of this to take place in the first place. And sure, by the time Noah came, evil was filled in the world. And, well, there's a lot of reasons for that, too. And I'm not just going to say it was just human beings, but there were a lot of other aspects that took place, too, during that time. But it's our fault as humanity. We're the cause of this problem. God gave us a way out of it, so we don't have to constantly deal with it in the sin that is our own making. So, good things happen to people, why do good things happen to bad people, and why do bad things happen to good people? It's because we made this bed, and now we got to lie in it.
Right.
It's essentially it.
Right. So here's a couple. So Mike's right. The question about like why do bad things happen to good people? None of us are good. I wonder if some of those people, like people that I've known in my life that ask that question, are usually unbelieving liberal Marxist feminists who like to kill babies. What about babies? Like,
Gasp.
You're talking about like doing something bad to an innocent life, although none of us are innocent. What about unborn babies? Let's look at that. There will be a reckoning. God will fix everything. And for some people, it's going to be a very bad day. Yes. So if you read Genesis chapters 1-3, God walks with Adam in the Garden of Eden. Like he walks with him. Like how awesome is that? And if you take that literally, and I do, that means God physically walked with Adam. Like God in the flesh is the Son. The second part of the Trinity.
Not just him, but Enoch too.
Enoch too. He showed up. He talked to Abraham, and ate with Abraham, with Lot, and So I do think there are Christophanies in the Old Testament. Yeah, not as many as some people believe, but I think there's some too. And Mike is right. So Adam and Eve had one commandment. one rule, like just one. Do not eat from the the tree of knowledge of good and evil. One rule, like just one. They couldn't even obey one rule. It's insane. Satan, who's the devil, tempted Eve. Satan, the devil,
screwed it up.
Said like, God really didn't say you were going to die if you're going to eat from this tree. And yes, God did. So yeah, they made one mistake. They could not stay in that garden. Eden was a large area. The garden was a smaller area. That garden was perfect. God made it for Adam and Eve. God made Adam. God made everything. God made time, matter, and space. He made man. He made Adam. He took some dirt, breathed into it, made Adam. Adam took a nap one day and he woke up married. I would imagine that gives some men insomnia. Then he had a wife. Eve, but they could not, since they sinned and they broke one of God's only commandment, and now would actually physically die someday. They could not stay in this paradise that God made for them on earth. So they were forced out of the Garden of Eden. God set up cherubim, angels with a flaming sword to keep man out of the garden. Probably because I think one of the reasons is that within that garden there were other trees. One was the tree of life, and if you ate from the tree of life, you would live forever. God was not going to anyway have human beings who have sinned live forever. That was not going to happen. So Mike's right. We're the Psalms, King David writes that we were all conceived in sin. But God also in Jeremiah wrote that he knew us before he knitted us in our mother's wombs. So God knows us even before he created us. But we were born with a sin nature. And we need to understand that we've broken God's law. And there's no way we can fix that on our own, which is why we are in need of a savior. So God took it upon himself to become man in flesh, to become an atonement for men on the cross. And if you repent and you put your faith and trust in him and do what he says, you can be made right in his eyes. And that's the only way you can save yourself, through that sacrifice.
See, here's the weird thing. Torah, it's Torah means teaching. Okay?
All right.
Here's the kicker. Well, it's just Bible just trying to boss you around and tries to set up a whole bunch of rules, and and it's so restrictive and blah blah blah. It's like, you know what? No, it's not. No, it's not, because if Torah means teaching, it's essentially teaching you to, it's basically, I had to change my mind about this, right? It kind of reinvented the way I think about it. It's like, you know what? You're literally getting the cheat codes to really lead a good life. The way that God intended you to live life. Just follow these instructions, right? I'm God. You have a savior that saved you, right? Through Jesus Christ. But, if you really want to get the most out of life, here, I provided these cheat codes to you. All you have to do is follow them. And I'm talking essentially first, right? Like the 10 Commandments, if you can kind of start there, right? Then everything will work out just great for you through me. And that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. But we've overcomplicated it to such a degree, I think. Quite possibly. You know what? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And it's part of me is kind of like thinking, you know what? Maybe maybe I hope I'm wrong, because I would rather correct what I think, rather than just kind of winging it, so to speak. But really, it's just you have an instruction manual to living a good life. It's all that it is. But I think just some people have just over dramatized it. Well, yeah, exactly, Vince. Yeah. Sounds like God created the first HOA. Yes. Homeowners Association. That's essentially it. That is essentially it. That is you nailed it on the head. Right? Here are the rules. It's like when you
One
grew
rule.
up, right? Yeah. It's like when you grew up as a kid and your dad said, here are the rules of the household, right? And we've all that more than likely we've all heard that when we were growing up, right? These are the rules of the house, and you don't break them because I mean, if you broke the rules of the house, you got punished. This is essentially the same thing. But as you grow up, we like to think we're so independent and we know exactly what we're doing, but no. So if you like to if you think about it this way, God created the entire universe and everything in it, and yada yada yada, as it goes, and if if we're breaking the household rules, then no wonder, whether sooner or later, end up getting to do.
Well, yeah. So Jesus.
I see the reason why you can say that God is a heavenly Father. So
Yeah, and Jesus talked about this too. When Luke chapter 13 and 14, or 12 and 13, thousands of people came to see Jesus when he's on this mountain, and they came for various different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke describes that there were so many people, they were falling over each other. And
yeah,
it could be many reasons why these people came. They may have wanted to get wisdom. They wanted to be healed in some sort of manner. But he started pointing out their sin. And he was saying examples of like people that were punished because of their sin. And twice he was addressing their sin in a larger under a larger umbrella. And he was saying that you must repent or perish. And he said this twice. So repent or perish. The thing is, a lot of people look at Jesus and think he's some sort of pot smoking hippie, and he's not. Like if you read what's going to happen when on his second coming, either in the Old Testament or New Testament, it's not some pot smoking hippie. And in regards to sin, like Michael mentioned the Ten Commandments and the moral law. The moral law is to show us that we are in a need of a savior, that we've broken God's rules. And it's not like, and people just love their sin. Like everybody loves their sin. So the thing is that they don't want to give up their sin because they love it and it feels good. And God isn't running around trying to be a party pooper. It's just that there are consequences to sin. Like even things that just happen. If you go around and lie and steal, well, let's take stealing. If you go around stealing stuff, you might get caught and you might go to jail. So let's not steal. Bad things might happen. Go around and lying, there are repercussions in the world for lying. If you lie on your taxes or something, you're lied to a police officer, yeah, bad things could happen. If you're going around fornicating, having sex outside of marriage, some bad things might happen. I'm referring to like catching a disease or something, and who wants that? So these laws, if you look at them, they actually are there to help you. It's like to protect you from terrible consequences. So, but people love their sin, Michael, and they don't want anyone saying that they ought not to sin. But just look at the moral law. Look at, have you ever lied? Have you stolen everything? Have you looked at anyone with lust? If you've broken any of those laws, think about if you are a good person or not, because you're not going to be judged by the world's standards of what the world thinks is a good person. And if you think you're a good person, you're going to be judged by God's laws. And if you've broken God's law, are you a good person? Now, we all sin. 1 John, the Apostle John writes to the Church of Ephesus, and he says that, if you say you are without sin, you're a liar. We all sin. But the Apostle Paul writes that because grace abounds, does that mean we should sin more? And Paul answers his own rhetorical question, which is surely not. We all sin, but doesn't mean it's all right. So we're commanded to be holy. So try to be holy.
Yeah, you got to try. you know, and then again, that's why you got an out. That's why you asked for forgiveness. So,
Repent, absolutely.
Gap just goes to show you how women are easy to sin and temptation, specifically getting tricked into eating the apple, and is all that in all women out throughout the future. Yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, some guys. I mean, hey, some guys. It's easy. It's easy for them to fall into, you know, certain temptations and stuff like that. I mean, holy jumpins, we're we're definitely not exempt, but it's it's weird how Eve was targeted first, you know, and I'm sure there are obvious reasons why, you know, and here's the weird thing. I don't think somebody explained this that I heard years ago. I don't think Eve necessarily tricked Adam
No, you're
into
right.
biting also into the apple.
Correct.
I think that Adam joined Eve because he loved her so much.
Well,
Because I mean, Adam could have said, "Well, tough for you."
well, Adam knew what this
I'm
tree
outta here.
was. Adam knew what the fruit was. It's not like she didn't trick
Well,
him.
exactly.
He knew it. You know,
Yeah.
just like he
Yeah,
may have not have been,
exactly.
he may have not have been there when Satan, who is the devil, tempts Eve, but Adam
Yeah.
knew what that fruit was and he took it.
Yes.
And we're
Yes,
all
he
culpable.
did.
We're all culpable
Yeah.
for Christ being on the
Yes.
cross. We've all sinned against God. And we should thank
Yep.
God for being
With Chuck Missler.
with what?
And I think I heard that from, I believe it was Chuck Missler.
Chuck
Playing,
Missler
like,
was
you
a
know,
smart
hey,
man.
He was a pretty
Yeah.
smart man, you know. But yeah, no. I mean, in no way did he not know.
Absolutely, he was not
Like,
fooled.
you know,
And the weird thing,
no,
so when
of course not.
when God confronts Adam and Eve, Adam blames God for his own sin. He said, "It was the woman who you gave me that did this."
Yeah.
So Adam was blaming God
Yeah.
for his own sin. It's like, it's crazy. You know,
Right.
it's your fault, God. You gave me this woman.
It's like all them smarts just got flushed.
So, but we're all culpable. We're all culpable,
Uh.
and thank God we have the cross. We thank God for the Messiah and what he did at the cross. So,
John here, my fizz buddy. Comic, good analogy, instructions. When my grandfather would buy a new gadget, tool, or appliance, the first thing he would do is throw out the instructions and try to make it work. And he says, that's how folks treat the Bible in a lot of ways. Goes right along with what you said. Well, exactly, right? Because, you know, it's been so indoctrinated as a society, especially Western culture, you know, more than likely in all over, I'm going to say all over Europe and North America. I'm just going to say that. Where it just seems like it's just boring. It's just yawn. It's there to stifle you. It's there to, you know, to suck the fun out of everything. Blah blah blah. You know, it's not. You know what? I'm just going to say this. If you actually read the Bible, there's a lot of violence that takes place in that too. It's like there's, it's, how should I put it? There's violence, there's sex, there's shady dealings going on. It's like a Hollywood movie if you really think about it. It's not really boring at all. There's empires clashing with other empires. There's I mean, you look at the stuff that went on between, you know, like ancient Babylon, and then the Syrians come along with Cyrus, and people getting slaughtered left, right, and center. I mean, come on. It's not all the twinkles on clouds and blah blah blah. No, it's not. It's really not. So indoctrinated to think that it's just so boring. No, it's a multi-level. How should I put it? I'm going to put it again. Think of a being on a much higher plane of existence that's outside of time and space, that inhabits eternity, that can see everything that's going on in a single instant throughout all of human history at the exact same time. A hyper multi-dimensional being that can create anything with the snap of a finger. And that's God. And that sees the beginning of this history on this playing field and the exact end, and basically encoded it, right? You can think of this like an extraterrestrial source of sorts, and encoded everything in a book for you to read, with little nuggets of information that pertains to what happened in the past, as well as what's going to happen in the future, right? And that's what the actual Bible is. It's a book that tells you the end from the beginning, little nuggets of information that's actually informational treasure, and an instruction book of how to get through life and how to do it exactly the way you should. Because if you follow those instructions, everything's going to turn out A-okay with you in the end.
Well,
and I'm just going to, well, yeah, in the end, right?
Yeah, when they're chopping your head off, that probably won't be very pleasant, but, after that.
No, but nah, not really. But you know what? You're probably not going to feel anything because things are going to go probably black for a second. But you know what?
I don't know.
Even that passage of time, you're not even going to be aware of, because it's going to be like, because here's the thing. Oh boy, yeah, we're getting we're getting right into.
Yeah, I also want to read some of these chats too.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Gap After Dark. Yeah, I hope it's not. I hope I'm not around when the 7 bowls are dumped into the world after the 7 trumpets are finished. Well, don't know. Probably. And I'm gonna say, for this reason: if we think that as believers that we're not gonna go through what happened in the entirety of the church history, like through the Reformation, through the Inquisitions, through the martyrs getting canceled, let's put it that way. Because I think this kind of judgment is what's really, well, let's put it this way. It's going to wipe out a lot of naughty people. Okay. But I think it's also probably going to galvanize and a lot of Christians as well, to the point of follow me for a second, to the point of where Christians, people that believe in God, believe in Jesus, are going to be saying to themselves, everything that I read in the Bible is true. And seeing it from that perspective is going to more than likely, I'm hoping, create an unshakable faith that, see, here's the thing. You don't have to worry about any of that. If you're firm in your belief, okay, of believing in Jesus, believing in God, believing in everything that is in the Bible, okay, then you don't got to worry about any of that. Everything else is going to be uttermost pandemonium around you. But you're not going to get troubled with plagues and boils and all those kind of stuff because you're under the protection of God Himself.
All right, let me see if I can tackle that. So the bulls
okay,
that they made in the comments. So that's God's wrath. So the stuff that Mike was saying before that happened to the church in the past, that was man's wrath. So that's a little different. It's all dependent on timing of the rapture of the church. Some people believe that the rapture of the church will happen before the days of great tribulation, that 7 years. Some believe that the second coming is the rapture of the church. I still am probably, and I say this to my friends a lot, I'm still 80% pre-trib. There will be tribulation saints through that 7 year period, like new Christians. Not all of them are going to be saved or protected from what's going on. We know that some saints who do not take the name or the mark of the beast, they will get their heads chopped off. So they will suffer in that way. There's 144,000 Jewish males that will be sealed and protected from God's wrath. We're told that in Revelation as well. I am hoping for a pre-tribulation rapture because the church is not supposed to be appointed to wrath. And clearly these days of great tribulation, that 7 years, that is God's wrath coming upon the earth. So it depends. I hope there's a pre-tribulation rapture for the church. I can understand the argument against it. But this is one topic that I think the church should tell both sides of that issue, because if the church has to go through the great tribulation, I think it's going to have an effect on some people's faith. So we should discuss this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody asked the question about fornication. I don't know if they asked, what does fornication mean?
Oh, yeah, gap.
Okay. I didn't know if he was serious or maybe I just said it wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was kind of wondering if Gap was joking around, if you actually genuinely wanted to know. So,
well, I'll give the definition anyway.
Okay.
All right. So fornication is any sort of sexual activity outside the biblical form of marriage between one man and one woman. Yeah. That is fornication.
Yes. Hashtag justice for Adam. Oh man.
Well, he's fine now.
Yeah. Let's see, Fez. Ain't it funny how folks go nuts with the Force and Star Wars, but look at faith in God with disdain? Yeah, right. Isn't that weird? It's okay for, for thinking, stuff like with.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're joking with the fornication gap?
Right,
okay, cool. All right. Yeah. It's weird. And FKHC, how's it going? Nice to see you, dude. Otherwise known as Tim. Just swinging by to say hi. Hi. How's it going? Great to see you. Yeah, it's okay to, I don't want to say believe in Star Wars, but I mean, come on, we've all did it to some degree. You go to the grocery store and you got the sliding doors, right? And and I'm sure some of you, or pretty much almost all of you, have stuck your hand out and pretended you had the Force and you're opening the doors. I mean, come on, I've done it. I still do it.
Strange.
It's fun.
That's very weird.
It is strange, yes. But
well, the thing is that people, some people will believe in anything other than what the Bible teaches. Some people will believe anything except for the God of the Bible. And what that shows me is that it's because the God of the Bible is the real deal and everything else is a lie. But everybody, like, you can criticize Christians every moment of the day. And that's totally okay. But no one's going around really criticizing, the Force or Islam or the Easter Bunny or Hinduism or anything like that. Because that's totally fine, but it's Christianity that's the issue. So
right. Well, I mean, you just look at what is the most picked on demographic, and you got to answer yourself why, right? I mean, we know why, But I mean, any level-headed person should be asking yourself, I wonder why that is. And then you got to think, it's like say mainstream media, right? We used to think that mainstream media was a-okay. It was all right, to listen to it. We always thought that, I'm Walter Cronkite, and this is the news, kind of thing. It was like trusted, and and then along come some people, and it's like, what's going on is not exactly factual, and things get found out and stuff like that. And here's the weird thing. What we thought were trusted institutions are not really trusted institutions. You're finding that in a lot of churches, which is, I don't want to say it's bizarre, but not every church out there is Philadelphia. Let's put it that way. I don't know where I was going with this. I know I was going with this with something. Yeah. No, there was another point I was trying to make, and I can't remember what the heck it was. Dang it. I can't honestly remember. I know there was like an important point that I was trying to make here. It was like really weird.
Well, Paul wrote that there will be an apostasy within the church. And I do see some church denominations doing some really saying some really wonky things, which would probably take another 5 hours of me complaining about. So I'll save you from that.
Oh yeah. Gab says, do you know what happens after Revelation? It's Revelation, not with an S.
It's singular.
I'm trying to correct you. It's singular, yeah. Like Satan is bound for 1,000 years. Why would he be bounded forever from doing bad things? Okay, here's the thing. I'm thinking here. This is what I think, and I'm only going to give you my opinion. So what happens? Okay, Satan is bound up for 1,000 years, cast into a pit. Can't do anything evil. This is when Jesus is ruling on earth. Okay, this is what Jesus. Okay, let's say everything that happens in Revelation. Okay, the wicked are basically wiped out. There are people that still live through this. This is how you know that some people will be martyred, and some people, believers in Christ, will survive. Not everybody's going to get raptured. Okay, there will be survivors. Okay, and I'm thinking that more than likely there are going to be people that find Jesus either during this or some other way. I'm thinking that there are people that actually live through this, that find Christ along the way.
Sure.
And here's the thing, and those people will inherit the earth, I'm thinking. Okay, Satan is bound for 1,000 years. Okay, so you got 1,000 years, Christ on earth, sitting on the Bema seat, which is basically the Ark of the Covenant, right? The Indiana Jones kind of thing, because that's the mercy seat right there on earth. Okay, going into the temple. There's another clue right there. As soon as you see the third temple in Israel, in Jerusalem, starting to be built, okay, oh boy, get on your knees. Okay, very exact, important hint right there that you are super close. So, Jesus rules from Israel, all right? Everything is right with the world. For 1,000 years, Satan's bound, okay? Why? And I'm going to tell you this, and this is what I think, okay? Is that after 1,000 years, there's no excuse for, well, the devil made me do it, kind of thing, okay? There's no excuse of say, oh God, please, I don't know, keep the devil away from me from temptation of, blah, 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 blah. Well, Jesus right here on earth, right? And and you know, there's no excuse for the devil and his cronies, fallen angels, like, you know, tempting mankind from doing evil and evil stuff happening and whatnot. And you know, it's in the end, when he's let loose to tempt mankind again, we should be firm in our belief that, I mean, hey, Jesus is hanging around for 1,000 years. There's got to be something to this dude. He's definitely got to be God, obviously, because normal people don't live for 1,000 years. But it's like, it's showing you that mankind is taking something for granted as the years go by. 1,000, I mean, think about it. 1,000 years is a long time. And when Satan is let loose, it probably puts this scene in your head of mankind taking it for granted. And it certainly sets a tone of who doesn't take it for granted and who does, to be easily swayed from Satan's last temptation to go up against God again and lose.
All right, so
because we got nobody else to blame for ourselves again.
So the second, the question really is addressed to Revelation chapters 19 and 20. So 19, Jesus returns with his armies. He defeats the armies of the Antichrist and the false prophet. The Antichrist and the false prophet are both thrown into the lake of fire, which is hell, Gehenna. And Satan is bound in some sort of abyss for 1,000 years. Christ reigns on the earth for 1,000 years. This is mentioned a lot of times, not in just Revelation, but also in the Old Testament. Micah chapter 4 talks about God reigning on Jerusalem. Micah is correct about that. Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39, like I mentioned, talks about Magog and these armies of the Antichrist, these Islamic armies attacking Jerusalem. Zechariah chapter 14 talks about these armies attacking Jerusalem, and Christ returns and lands on the Mount of Olives. That is the day of the Lord. Christ reigns for 1,000 years. You read also Ezekiel chapters 40 and onward. There is a new temple. Exactly when that is made for Christ to reign in, I'm not quite sure. There's some question about that. The world will have to come and recognize who he is. When Christ is reigning, he says that the nations will come and they will give him offerings. This is God in the flesh ruling the world from Jerusalem. And both at the end of Ezekiel chapter 39 and also the end of Zechariah chapter 14, we are told, or is it 13? It's the last chapter in Zechariah. We're told that certain nations, if they are not worshiping God and come to God with some sort of offering, bad things are going to happen. Christ reigns for 1,000 years. There are people that survive the Great Tribulation. There are new people that are being born during the 1,000-year reign. The saints are reigning with Christ. They are doing jobs for Christ. Why does God chain Satan, who's the devil, for 1,000 years and lets him loose for a little while? I don't think I know the answer to that, but it does happen. Satan is loosed, unbound after 1,000 years for a little while, and the same people, the people of Magog, start causing the same problems again for a little while. God fixes that. Satan is thrown into hell, the fiery lake, and then there's the Great White Throne Judgment. The Great White Throne Judgment is when Hades gives up its dead, and they are judged. All the books are opened up. They are judged. Those people are thrown into the lake of fire as well. Then there's Earth 2.0 and Heaven 2.0, where God fixes everything, and everything's made the way that God wanted. First or Second Peter, we're told that God just burns everything up. We're promised in Genesis that God will never flood the world again. I suspect that this whole burning up of the whole planet is how God just cleanses everything and fixes everything the way it should be. There's a new Jerusalem that comes from heaven, and then everything's right. So yes, things are terrible now. God has a plan how he's going to fix it. He tells us how he's going to fix it. When that happens, I don't know, but he will fix it.
And going back, Gap, to what you said, why could he not be bound longer? Well, I mean,
I don't know.
He could.
I guess.
He could. But I mean, God's got a timeline. It's like with you and say work, right? And you got a schedule that you got to keep up with, doing certain things and whatnot, right? I mean, we all got a timeline that we got to kind of adhere to, right? And it's kind of like how we organize our day. And think of it kind of like the same way. God's got a timeline, and he already knows the beginning from the end, and he's just keeping to that schedule. And here's I'm not going to say here's the weird thing, because it's not really weird, but God likes to play with numbers. And if there's reasons why certain amounts of things are used, or there's a certain amount of pull in particular stories or descriptions of things that are going to happen. Numbers play a huge role. It's fascinating. That's all I can say. It's just a timeline that he's keeping, and that's the way it goes. So, problem with Batman and Joker. He locks him up, and he gets out, and he does horrible stuff again. Exactly. There's a point where you got to end it. And Cole Hauser, yo, you're back again. Nice to see you back again, dude. Yeah, it's just the way it is. There's a time and a schedule, and he's keeping to it, and nobody's going to change that. And it's just going to be more fun that way when it happens, because it just basically proves everything. So, what was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
I mean, God in the Bible explains a lot of things, but he doesn't have to explain everything to us. So yeah, the question of why it's 1,000 years, why does he let Satan out after? Like, I don't know the answer to that. In my own lifetime and being a Christian for decades, the closer we get to these events, a lot more of the stuff makes a whole lot more sense to me. When I started studying the book of Revelation when I was, I guess, high school or middle school, I couldn't understand, like, why are the saints getting their heads chopped off? Like, is that the French, or do they have guillotines, or are they the ones going around that are going to be chopping people's heads off? But yes, I read the Bible, I look at the Bible, I look out my window, I see what the world's like, and as we get closer to these events, and I don't know when this stuff is going to all take place, it makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah. And also on top of that, look, guys, maybe you don't agree with whatever, I say or Al says or anything like that. And you know what? That's entirely up to you. It's not for me to force my beliefs on you. I'm just trying to state a case. And you know what? This is also why I got the whole Learn the Bible series on this channel also. And they become available. If you're not a member, they become available at midnight for you to watch. If you happen to be a member, you can watch the entirety of everything that I upload so far. And this year, at the beginning of the year, started with Genesis. So you might as well just start from the very beginning, right? When I first started putting these out, like over a year ago, I did Revelation. It's fascinating. At the end of the year, I put up Daniel. So again, fascinating, because they're two very important prophetic books to look at. And so I figured this year I'm going to start with Genesis. Start from the very beginning, okay? And like I said before, and you guys have heard me say before, and Cole Hauser, I don't know if you've ever seen this kind of stuff. It's very interesting stuff. it's not boring. It's not full of the these and thous and theys and, it's not a boring church service. It uses science on top of that as well. It's history. It's literally a history lesson. But it's fun it's interesting to watch. If you want to expand your mind, go listen to them. Start with Genesis. So we're just like basically 5 lessons into Genesis. It won't take you long to catch up with that. I mean, heck, it makes Darth Vader look like a choir boy, compared to what the devil does. kind of stuff. And let's see. And Vince says, yeah, Mike, are you starting with Phil Collins or really going back to Peter Gabriel? I don't know what that means, dude.
Genesis, the band Genesis.
Genesis. Oh God. Okay, yeah, fine. I get the joke now. Peter Gabriel. Wait, no. Who was first, Phil Collins or Peter Gabriel in Genesis?
Peter Gabriel was the lead singer of Genesis. He left the band. Phil Collins, who was the drummer, became the singer of Genesis.
Yes, right. Okay. Yeah. Then Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel's solo album "So" is fantastic. It's my favorite Peter Gabriel album. So it's wonderful.
It is.
I got to go soon, but I will say that.
Yeah, me too.
If you have an interest in eschatology, I think the simple thing to do would be to read the last book in Zechariah chapter 14. It's one chapter. It just discusses, the day of the Lord and the return of the Messiah, stopping these armies and setting his kingdom up on the earth, literally and physically. I think that's good. If you want to start reading the Bible, I like John's Gospel. I think starting with John's Gospel is wonderful. A friend of mine started a Bible study in July. So we went through John's Gospel, and now we're going through the book of Acts. So the Bible's wonderful.
It is. It's interesting. Look at it in a different light. Don't look at it as a boring book to get through, because it's not. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be trying to create this comic in the first place. Because once you get to, and I'm going to tell you this, guys, once you get around to chapter 6, okay, in Genesis, this is where it starts to talk about the Nephilim. And this is where, and if you look at the videos that I got up, right, starting with Genesis, it's extremely interesting. You definitely will not take a look at it the same anymore. So go find out, because I believe the latest one is out now. So where it gets around chapter 6, and where it talks about the Nephilim, and you won't look at it the same way. So, but anyway, this is what we drew today, and also did a few little touch-ups on some of the other pages, because I definitely wanted to get through that. So yeah, I feel like kind of a little stabby. So yeah, I wanted to add some stars into the background of that, because it is a nighttime scene, and trying to finish up some stuff here and there, kind of like finished up on stuff on this. I'm gonna add a little bit, probably more to that, but I thought, if I kept it white, it makes it stand out a little bit more. And trying to finish up pages the way things are going. So it's getting there. It's getting there. And I'm glad that you guys are around, and all of you guys that are watching from X, all 6 of you, thank you very much. I know that some of you probably would rather be watching Super Bowl right now, but instead you've chosen to watch me and Al. So, and I appreciate that very much. And you guys, Vince, Snort, Cole Hauser, Gap, my Fez brother, John, and all of you that happen to be here. Cam, was also here, and I know I can only go so far back in the chat and whatnot because we're almost at 6 hours, and I didn't think it was going to go this long again.
This is crazy.
I know. Pop Culture Republic, man, thank you for coming on by. The Collector, my German Mexican, that was also here as well. Dude, thank you very much. It's not that I wasn't paying attention to you. I was. And Ignore Me, really, if you want, was also here. And a bunch of you guys, a bunch of others. And if I missed, sorry, I'm trying to. But yeah, if you want to catch what Al does and some of the little sneak peeks of his book that he already has out, then you can go ahead and take a look at his Facebook over there, Al Nickerson. Find out what he's up to and the already 2 comics that he has out. And if you want to go ahead and get those books, because this chat jumps and I'm trying to click on the right one as we speak right now. There's this, it just happened to settle on his eBay. There's his eBay. So if you want to buy, if he ever puts up any other pages that he's selling, like from Archie, but apparently he sold all that kind of stuff. There's eBay where he has deals going on there. And on top of that, there is the website where you want to go to buy the first 2 issues. And do you still have incentive covers? The Trump 2024 covers?
I still have the Trump covers. Yeah. So they're being sold at theswordofeden.com, which is also this Messianic Comics store at bigcartel.com. Same website, different URL. I just have theswordofeden.com to make it sort of easier. Yeah, so I saw the Trump variant covers. I'm running low on the standard cover for volume 2. And they're also sold on eBay. You shared the link for the eBay store as well. And yeah, but Al Nickerson 3 or Al.Nickerson 3 at Facebook. It's amazing because I started posting videos on Facebook directly, and I've never done that before. And I have a lot more people on Facebook looking at my videos than I do on TikTok or on YouTube. I don't understand why that is. Maybe because I have a larger following on Facebook. I tend to be more on Facebook in regards to social media. So I saw that. Yeah, so look for Al Nickerson 3 on Facebook. I'm on there a lot. So there's some videos, links to the online store and eBay where you can purchase signed copies of the Sword of Eden graphic novel. Hopefully I'll hear back from Barnes & Noble soon about getting the book, the graphic novels, into Barnes & Noble. So we'll see how that turns out.
Sweet.
Sweet it is.
And as for me, yeah, you know, if you want to contact me about doing any kind of commissions whatsoever, I'm really going to have to finish those Transformer ones I was going to do in spots. I really should do that. Oh, yeah, that being said, Winrave, yeah, you too. Thank you for being by here. Yeah, so if you are looking for wanting to get any commissions done, there's my X. You can get a hold of me there. And if you're watching on X, well, you already know. So, and for all of you that are on X or on the Rumbles, even though for some reason this is not on Rumble, check me out on the YouTubes, right here, and where we're broadcasting at. And if you're on the YouTubes and you want to go help support me on Rumble, then there is that, because if anything happens on YouTube, then that is the backup, just in case. And also, you know what? I'm gonna have to get Kitty on here at some point in time, because I miss Kitty at Flip City Magazine.
I like Kitty.
So, because she's nice enough, she's pretty cool.
She's nicer than both.
If you want to go ahead and, yeah, true, I know, and that says a lot. Dang it. If you want to go ahead and check out Flip City Magazine, then go ahead to flipcitymag.com and check out one of their free issues. And if you feel like you just absolutely have to have a subscription, then put out the discount code CRC for 10% off for a whole year subscription to Flip City Magazine, and save yourself a little bit of moolah. Other than that, let's see. John, yeah, comic. I really enjoyed the conversation. Great show, man. Hail to Al also.
Hail, thank you.
Thanks, dude. And on top of that, Vince wants to know when the Trump 2028 cover is coming.
I don't know. If I sell out all of the copies of the Trump 2024, I will consider a Trump 28 variant cover. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate that. I still want to do the Dave Sim, Rebecca Stern variant cover. Dave Sim did a drawing of my character, Rebecca Stern, and he mailed it to me. I had no idea he was doing that. Absolutely fantastic. I am a huge fan of Dave Sim and his work and Cerebus. Having somebody like that draw my character and let me use it as a variant cover, that will probably be the next variant cover. I'm not quite sure when I'll be doing that. I still have to sell more copies, so we'll see how things turn out.
Cool, man! I can't wait to see that.
Oh, it's so awesome. Great! Like, I got the line art. They mailed me the line art. It was so cool. And they emailed me the digital copy as well. So they scanned it in for me because it's a huge piece of paper.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, it is so cool. Sweet. And I'm not going to color it. I'm just going to use it the way he drew it. I'm not going to mess it up with any of my messy colors. I'm just going to put it on as a variant cover, and probably have it at the same price as the regular edition. So we'll see. That'll probably be the next one.
Sketch variant cover.
It's actually an ink drawing. It's like fully inked drawing. It's not even a sketch. You just drew it.
Oh wow,
that's awesome. Is so awesome. It is so awesome. So yeah, Dave Sim is one of the nicest guys I've got to know in comics. I would put Joe Staten in there as well, co-creator of E-Man, worked on Green Lantern.
Yeah.
And Will Eisner. I think he was also one of the nicest guys I've known in comics too.
There you go. Well, folks, that's definitely going to be it, because this is almost going on 4 hours, and I feel bad for Vincent because he's all the way in England, and I'm making his life a terrible hell right now. But that's
I hope
okay.
You give him a raise.
No, I hope not either. I hope so too. Even more gratification and appreciation. That's all you get out of me, Vince. No, I appreciate you, man. So other than that, stay tuned for Titillating Tuesday. You know what? I think I might do some sort of Thursday thing. I know I keep on saying that, but I think I just might. And as for Mike's Movie Matinee, yeah, we're going to be doing that Banned for 50 Years in France movie that you guys might like. So stay tuned for that movie as well. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was called The Age. So stay tuned for that. So other than that, for everybody out there, thank you for coming on by for another huge circle thing. Yeah, talking religious and politics and AI and comics and everything under the sun. And
it's crazy.
What? You guys are getting paid? I wish. So, but anyway, yeah. As we're moving forward to the Republic of Alberta's first comic book creation live before your very eyes. So thanks for dropping on by. You all